Ahoyo, ahoyo. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world today. I am Captain Pearl, and I am your ASMOtter for tonight. Hello, everybody. Oh my goodness, why is there a hype train already? Hi, Jelly. Hi, Jows. Hi, Ampa. Hi, Divad. Hi, Mr. Donoto. Hello, Komodo. Ducket. Ashen. Yes, it did win the, vote. Hello, Jacob, and thank you. Thank you so much for being a part of our ship for about 6 months. Honestly, I appreciate each and every person that's here and comes to say hello, even if it's a moment. It really does make me very happy. And there is 6 smooches right there for you. Oh, and Ashen, thank you. Thank you for giving a gift sub. We got 59. You just need 10 more, bud. 10 more, and then it's hee funny number. Hello, Joel. Hello. Hello, Reese. Hello. Yes, today I will be doing an ASMR stream because yesterday we put up a poll and it's what won. And I was thinking, since it is a new month, it is the 2nd of September, that we would be doing the book reading stream that I've wanted to do and finish. Start and hopefully finish Through the Looking Glass, the part 2 of Alice in Wonderland. So that's what we're going to be doing today. I will be using my 3DO. I am going to need like a couple minutes just to set that up separately. But before that happens, I would like to welcome forward everybody who came from the last time that we were at port. So please just give Captain a moment to go ahead and do that. Just welcome. I will try my very best not to bonk you. I will do my best. Welcome aboard Zelda Racer, Lucy Lala, Alcoholic Fetus, Benny Ju, Mika Malo, Yigrat Yeti, Mother Pen, Valinia, Ashta Panda, Bluth Slime, Soulworth, The Re-Age Tub, Kings On at 420, Pickle Dick, Monster Expert, Zach Fair 4, Mesai, Jitali, M4710 VTuber, Kevin Clay, and Absterfrotis to the SS Otterworldly Traveler. Please enjoy your vacation. Thank you so much for the follow. Does the ship have any ghosts? Only if I'm playing a horror game or if Cher's mad. Honestly, yeah. Hello, Elle. Lovely to see you. My sweet dryad companion. Does Ashen count as a ghost? Only if we spread him on a bed sheet. You know what? We should just get a bed sheet for his urn and just cut little holes in it so that he can be a ghost. And every time somebody makes a bad pun, he goes boo. Hello, Lucas. Hello. Yes, it will just take Captain a couple moments to set up for this. So please just give me a couple of minutes. I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay. I have a new headset in for the 3DO today, so hopefully there won't be any more of those feedback issues that we've been having with my last headset. So hopefully everything will go pretty well. Does everybody be able to hear me? Just let me know. Do I need to turn myself up, down? Am I good? All right, fantastic. So let's get down to the meat of it. You're gonna hear lots of page turning today, as one of the things that I do in fact enjoy quite a bit. No scuff stream, let's go. Hi. Hello, ahoyo. Hello, Dragslip. Today we are going to be reading Through the Looking Glass. You're good, at least in my book. Thank you, Mr. Donoto. I appreciate that quite a lot. Right in time for Otter Tingles. Yes, we will be doing book reading. We're gonna be edumacated. We're going to be book reading. We're gonna be reading Alice in Wonderland Part 2, Electric Boogaloo, Through the Looking Glass. Kiraku, Kiraku, thank you so much for the 10 gift subs. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. You know what? That deserves 10 smooches. 10 smooches. And thank you, Kiraku. I appreciate that very much. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate all of the subs. Can't see response, but thanks. Oh, look, you got mine. Mine. But yeah, we're gonna start. Yes, smoochies. I give smoochies. Because I have to welcome aboard all of my new sailors. And I welcome them. The welcome package comes with a smooch. It's the most important part of the package. It's the smoochie. I mean, who wouldn't want a captain kiss? Except for Ashen. Ciao ASMR. Chaos ASMR. Thank you, Ashen, for the pebbles. I've been good. We're gonna be getting on with our 3DO stream in a moment. I do have my book out. We're gonna be reading Through the Looking Glass momentarily. Yeah, you got a smooch as part of the package, and then all the other smooches were just because I like you. All the other smooches was just because you make puns. You see here. Everybody's so right now doing for the smooches. Well, it is supposed to be a little bit cheaper. It is September right now. Hello, Red. You're looking forward to the next ASMR stream? Do you mean the one that'll be for Saturday? Because we actually have a few fun new things that I got for Saturday's ASMR. I don't like you, that's why I'm watching you right now, because I don't want to be here. Ooh. I'm not against smooches as long as you give me a cootie shot. Of course, I'm just going to, run out of all of them. Anyway, I do have an artifact. Artifact. Time to give you an artifact. Artifact. Okay, so some of you actually may not know this, but the longest recorded sea otter dive was 8 minutes. 8 minutes and 2 seconds. That is the longest recorded sea otter dive, which is the longest otter dive completely, because giant river otters can go faster, but they cannot dive near as long. Oh my goodness, guys, I was... Artifact, that was your artifact. I really liked that. Mr. Tanoto, thank you for giving a sub to Bad Puns. Please tell me you picked that name, because that was glorious. And thank you, ShadowG96, for another 5 subs, a total of 180. The confusion in the artifact jingle. It was not confusion, it was fear. It was fear that more sub machine guns were gonna come off. Pearl doesn't know how to risk kindness in the form of trains. Shh, I don't. Every time I'm just like, thanks. I don't know what to do with this. I'm not used to positive reinforcement. The artifact was a distraction for some machine guns. I see. Well, thank you for distracting me. My head is empty. No thoughts. Pearl gets run over. I like trains. It's like the I like trains kid, and then I immediately get ran over by the kindness train. You gave us this power, Captain. You should have known better. I know nothing. My head is empty. I'm stupid. I make Stoopy, remember? No thoughts. Anyway, I think that we have... I love that emote so much. With the ASMR today, is it also still on for Saturday? Yes. We will be having a separate ASMR stream on Saturday where I have perhaps purchased some things to try out on my wonderful guinea pigs. I mean sailors. that I am excited to do some experiments on with your ears. Look, I just need to know if it's good. But we've got a few things that I've bought for us to try, as well as some of the other stuff that we've had previously. Oh goodness. Eros, thank you so much for the 5 tier 1 gift subs. You know what? We've got at least, let's see, we've got 5, 10, we've got at least 11 more kisses. 11 more kisses. So, You know what? You got one more free kiss. You got a 12 kisses instead of 11. I decided. This week on the Otherworldly Traveler, the double ASMR week. Come join your beloved captain in the Comedy Vibe Lounge for a double feature of ASMR. Yes. That is kind of what the week has turned into. Thank you. Well, let's go ahead and get started with this book. We are starting with Chapter 1, Looking Glass House. One thing was certain, that the white kitten had nothing to do with it. It was the black kitten's fault entirely, for the white kitten had been having its face washed by the old cat for the last quarter of an hour, and bearing it pretty well considering. So, you see, it couldn't have had any hand in this mischief. The way Dinah washed her children's faces was this. First she held the poor thing down by its ear with one paw, and then with the other paw she rubbed its face all over, the wrong way, beginning at the nose, and just now, as I had said, she was hard at work on the white kitten, which was lying quite still and trying to purr, no doubt feeling it was meant for its own good. But the black kitten had been finished with earlier in the afternoon, and so, while Alice was sitting curled up in the corner of the great armchair, half talking to herself and half asleep, the kitten had an active, grand game of romps with the ball of the yarn that had worsened. Alice had been trying to wind up, and had been rolling it up and down until it had all come out undone again, and there it was, spread all over the hearthrug, all knots and tangles, with the kitten's running after its own tail in the middle. "Oh, you wicked, wicked little thing," cried Alice, catching up to the kitten, giving it a little kiss to make it understand that it was in disgrace. "Really, Dinah ought to have taught you better manners. You ought to have, Dinah. You know you ought," she added, looking reproachfully at the old cat, speaking in its cross voice that she could manage. And then she scrambled back to the armchair, taking the kitten and the worsened with her, and began winding up the ball again. Is the background a little too loud for everybody? I kind of have it like really low, so I can't really make it any lower. Been a while since you've listened to ASMR, so the kisses are giving you tingles. I'm looking through a glass right now, and you're looking fine. Oh my god, ow! You know what? Thank you, and you know what? Thank you guys so much for the tier 5 hype train. It does really mean a lot to me that you guys are so nice. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, all of this will be going for more wonderful, wonderful content. Alright. But she didn't get on very fast, and as she was talking all the time, sometimes to the kitten and sometimes to herself, Kitty sat very demurely on her knee, pretending to watch the progress of the winding, and now and then purring out with one paw and gently touching the ball as if it would be glad to help if it might. "Do you know what tomorrow is, Kitty?" Alice began. "You have guessed it if you'd been up to the window with me, and only Dinah was making you tidy, so you couldn't. I was watching the boys getting up in sticks for the bonfire, and it wants plenty of sticks, Kitty. Only it's got so cold and snowed, so they'll have to leave off. Never mind, we'll go and see the bonfire tomorrow." Here Alice wound 2 or 3 turns of the worsened round the kitten's neck, just to see how it would look. This led to a scramble, in which the ball rolled down on the floor, and yards of it had been unwound again. "Do you know, I was so angry, Kitty," Alice went on, as soon as they were comfortably settled once more. "When I saw all the mischief you'd been doing, I was very nearly opening the window and putting you out into the snow. And you'd have to deserve it, you little mischievous darling. What have you got to say for yourself? Now don't interrupt me," she went on, holding up one finger. "I'm going to tell you all your fault. Number 1, you squeaked twice while Dinah was washing your face this morning. Now you can't deny it, Kitty. I heard you. What's that you say?" Pretending that the kitten was speaking. "Her paw went into your eye. Well, that's your fault for keeping your eyes open. If you'd only had shut them tight, then it wouldn't have happened. Now don't make any more excuses, but listen. And number 2, you pulled a snowdrop away by the tail just as I had pulled you down a saucer of milk before her. What, were you so thirsty? Were you? How could you know that she wasn't thirsty too? Now, number 3, you unwound every bit of the worsened while I wasn't looking." That's 3 faults, Kitty, and you've got to be punished for all of them, and you've not been punished for any of them. You know, I'm saving up all your punishments for Wednesday's week. Suppose they have saved up all my punishment, she went on, talking more to herself than the kitten. What would they do at the end of the year? I'd be sent to prison, I suppose. When that day came, or, let me see, I suppose punishment was to be going out without dinner. Then, when a miserable day came, I should have to go without 50 dinners at once. Well, I shouldn't mind that much. I'd far rather go without than to eat them. Do you hear the snow against the window panes, Kitty? How nice and soft it sounds. Just as if someone was kissing the window all over the outside. I wonder if the snow loves the trees and the fields. That as it kisses them so gently, and that it covers them up snug, you know, with a white quilt. Perhaps it says, "Go to sleep, darlings," till the summer comes once again. And then they wake up in the summer, Kitty. They dress themselves all in green and dance about whenever the wind blows. Oh, that's so pretty, cried Alice, dropping the ball of Warson and clapped her hands. Ah, and I do wish it was true. I'm sure the woods look sleepy in the autumn, when the leaves are getting brown. Kitty, can you play chess? Now don't smile, my dear. I'm asking it seriously, because when we were playing just now, you watched just about you as well you understood it, and when I said check, you purred. Well, it was a nice check, Kitty, and really I might have won, though it hadn't been for that nasty knight that came wriggling down among my pieces, Kitty dear, let's pretend. And here, I wish I could tell you half the things Alice used to say, beginning with her favorite phrase, let's pretend. She had quite a long argument with her sister one day before, all because Alice had begun with, let's pretend we are kings and queens, and her sister, who liked being very exact, had argued that they couldn't be because there were only 2 of them, and Alice had been reduced to a last late, well, you can be one of them then, and I will be the rest. And once she had really frightened her old nurse by shouting suddenly into her ear, Nurse, do let us pretend that I am a hungry hyena and that you are a bone. But this is taking us away from Alice's speech to the kitten. Let's pretend that you are the Red Queen, Kitty. Do you know that I think if you had sat up, folded your arms, you'd look exactly like her. Now do try, there's dear. And Alice got to the Red Queen off the table and set it up before the kitten as a model for it to emulate. However, the thing did not succeed, principally, Alice said, because the kitten wouldn't fold its arms properly. So to punish it, she had held it up in the looking-glass that it might see how sulky it was. And if you're not going to look directly, she added, I'll put you through that looking-glass house. How would you like that? Now if you'll only attend, Kitty, and not talk too much, I'll tell you all my ideas about the looking-glass house. First, there's a room that you can see through the glass. That is just the same as our drawing room, only that the things are the other way round. I can see all of it when I go upon the chair, all but just a piece behind the fireplace. Oh, how I do wish I could see that bit. I want ever so much to know whether they fire in the winter. You never can tell, you know, unless our fire smokes, and the smoke comes into the room too. But that may only be a pretense, just to make it look as though they had a fire. Well, then the books are something like our books, only the words go the wrong way. I know that because I've held up one of our dear books to the glass, and when they hold up to the other glass, and then they will hold up one to the other room. Sounds like a plan. Alice is a unique one. Let's pretend Pearl has 1 billion subs. How about we just pretend that we all enjoy it? Oh, guys, no. I don't deserve that much. You guys are too sweet, too kind. I am world's okayest otter. I assure you, I am the world's okayest otter. How would one like to go and live in the looking-glass house? Perhaps, Kitty. I wonder if they'd give you milk in there. Perhaps the looking-glass milk isn't as good to drink. Oh, but Kitty, now that we've come to a passage, you can't just see a little peep of the passage in the looking-glass house. If you leave the door of our drawing room wide open, it is very like our passage as far as one can see. Only, you know that it might be quite different on beyond. Oh, Kitty, how nice it would be if we could only get through to the looking-glass house. I'm sure it's got, such beautiful things in it. Let's pretend there's a way of getting through to it somehow. Kitty, let's pretend that the glass has gotten soft like gauze so that we can get through. Why is it turning into a sort of mist now? I declare, it'll be easy enough to get through. She was up on the chimney-piece while she said this, though she hardly knew how she had gotten there, and certainly the glass was beginning to melt away, just like a bright and silvery mist. And at another moment, Alice was through the glass and had jumped lightly down into the looking-glass house room. The very first thing she did was to look whether or not there was a fire in the fireplace, and she had been quite pleased to find that there was a real one, blazing away as brightly as the one that she had left behind. So,
I shall be as warm here as I was in the old room, thought Alice. Warmer, in fact, because there will be no one here to scold me away from the fire. Oh, what fun it will be when they see me through the glass in there, and can't get at me. Then she began to look about, and noticed what could be seen from the old room was quite common, and possibly uninteresting, but that all of the rest of it was different as possible. For instance, the pictures on the walls next to the fireplace seemed to be alive, and the very clock on the chimney piece, you know, the one that you can see in the back of it in the looking glass, had gotten a face of a little old man and grinned at her. They don't keep this room very tidy, as the other, Alice thought to herself as she noticed several of the chessmen down on the hearth and among the cinders. But another moment with a little, oh, a surprise. She was down on her hands and knees watching them. The chessmen were walking in two and two. Here are the Red Queen and the White Queen. The Red King and Red Queen, said Alice in a whisper for fear of frightening them. And there are the White King and the White Queen sitting on the edge of the shovel. And here are two castles walking arm in arm. I don't think they can hear me, she went on as she put her head closer down. And I'm nearly sure they can't see me. I feel somehow as if I were getting invisible. Here something began squeaking onto the table behind Alice that made her turn her head just in time to see one of the little white palms roll over and begin kicking. She watched it with great curiosity to see what would happen next. Is this the voice of my child? Said the White Queen, cried out as she rushed past the king so violently that she had knocked him over among the cinders. My precious Lily, my imperial kitten! She had begun scrambling wildly up the side of the fender. Imperial fiddlesticks, said the king, rubbing his nose, which had been hurt by the fall. He had right to be a little annoyed with the queen, for he was covered in ashes from head to foot. Alice was very anxious to be of use, and as the poor little Lily was nearly screaming itself into a fit, she hastily picked up the queen and set her on her table by the side of her nosy little daughter. Oh, you guys redeemed a purr. All right, I will take a moment to purr. Alright, that seemed like it's been about a minute. Alright, there was Otter Tutor. I think that was a little louder than it should have been, but there we go. And we will continue on with the story. Alright. The queen gasped and sat down. A rapid journey through the air had taken quite her breath. For a minute or two she could do nothing but hug the little Lily in silence. As soon as she had recovered her breath a little, she had called out to the White King, who was sitting sulkily among the ashes. Mind the volcano? What volcano? Said the king, looking up anxiously into the fire as though he was in the most likely place to find one. Blew me up, panted the queen, who was still a little out of breath. Mind you come up the regular way. Don't get blown up. Alice watched the White King as he slowly struggled from the bar to bar, till last she said, Why, you'll be hours and hours getting to the table. At this rate, I fear I'd better help you, hadn't I? But the king took no notice of the question. It was quite clear that he could neither see nor hear her. So Alice picked him up very gently and lifted him across more slowly than she had lifted the queen, that she mightn't not take his breath away. But before she had put him on the table, she thought she might as well dust him a little. He was so covered with ashes. She said afterwards that she had never seen in all her life such a face as the king had made. When he found himself held in the air by an invisible hand and being dusted, he was far too astonished to cry out, but his eyes and his mouth went on getting larger and larger and rounder, till her hand shook so with laughing that she nearly let him drop to the floor. "Oh, please! Don't make such faces, my dear," she cried out, quite forgetting that the king couldn't hear her. "You'll make me laugh so that I can hardly hold you, and don't keep your mouth so wide open, all the ashes will get into it. There, now I think you're tidy enough," she added as she smoothed his hair and set him upon the table near the queen. The king immediately fell flat on his back and laid perfectly still, and Alice was a little alarmed at what she had done, and went round the room to see if she could find any water to throw over him. However, she could find nothing but a bottle of ink, and when she got back with it she had found that he had recovered, and he and the queen were talking together in a frightened whisper, so low that Alice could hardly hear what they were said. The king was saying, I assure you, my dear, I turned cold at the very ends of my whiskers," to which the queen replied, "You hadn't got any whiskers." "The horror of the moment," the king went on, "I shall never, never forget." "You will, though," said the queen, "if you don't make a memorandum of it." Alice took on with great interest as the king took an enormous memorandum book out of his pocket and began writing. A sudden thought struck her as she took hold of the end of the pencil, which came away over his shoulder, and began writing for him. The poor king looked puzzled and unhappy, and struggled with the pencil for some time without saying anything, but Alice was too strong for him, and at last he panted out, "My dear, I really must get a thinner pencil. I can't imagine this one bit. It writes in all manners of things I don't intend." "What manner of things?" said the queen, looking over into the book, in which Alice had put, "The White Knight is sliding down the poker. He balances very badly." "That's not a memorandum of your feelings." There was a book lying near Alice on the table, and while she sat watching the White Knight, for she was still a little anxious about him, and had the ink ready to throw over him in case he fainted again, she turned over the leaves to find some part of what she could read, for it's in some language I don't know. She said to herself it was like this. And then it has a thing of having the Jabberwocky poem backwards. So you cannot see it, but I can. Oh, I'm sorry, Penguin Pope, that you've had some rough news. I hope that maybe just sitting here and being with us will at least relax you for a few moments. But here you go. Little head pat for you. I can't do much, but I am here. So, also thank you so much, 60, for the follow. Welcome aboard the SS Otterworldly Traveler. Please enjoy your vacation. I appreciate it. She puzzled over this for some time, but at last a bright thought struck her. "Why, it's the Looking-Glass book, of course, and if I hold it up the glass, the words will go the right way again." And this was the poem that Alice had read. The Jabberwocky. "'Twas billig, and the slyly toves did gyre and gimble in the wabe. All mimsy were the borogoves, and the mome wraths outgabe. Beware the Jabberwock, my son, the claws that bite, the claws that catch. Beware the julep bird, and shun the frumperous bandersnatch." He took his vorpal sword in hand, long time the manxome foe he sought, so rested by the thyme tree, and stood a while in thought. And is in uffish thought he stood, the Jabberwock with eyes of flame, come whiffing through the tundry wood, and burbled as it came. 1, 2, 1, 2, and through the vorpal blade went snicker-snack. He left it dead, and with its head he went galloping back. "And hast thou slain the Jabberwock? Come to my arms, my beamish boy. O fabulously, Kular Kalay," he chortled in his joy. "'Twas billig and the slyly loaves would gyre and gimbled in the wave. All mimsy were the borogoves, and the mome wraths outgrabe." "It seems pretty," she said, when she had finished it, "but rather hard to understand. You see, she didn't like to confess, even to herself, that she couldn't make it all out. Somehow it seems to fill my head with ideas, only I don't exactly know what they are. However, somebody killed something, that's clear at any rate. But oh," thought Alice, suddenly jumping, "if I don't make haste, I shall have to go back through the looking-glass before I've even seen the rest of the house is like. Let us have a look at the garden first. She was out of the room in a moment and ran down the stairs, or at least it wasn't exactly running, but the new invention for getting down the stairs quickly and easily, as Alice said to herself. She just kept up the tips of her fingers on the handrail and floated gently down without even touching the stairs with her feet. When she floated through one of the holes, and wouldn't have gone straight out the door if it had been the same way, if she hadn't caught a hold of the doorpost. She was getting a little giddy with so much floating in the air, and was rather glad to find herself walking again in the natural way. Okay, we are now on Chapter 2, The Garden of Live Flowers. I should see the garden far better, said Alice to herself, if I could get to the top of that hill. And here's a path that leads straight to it. At least, no, it doesn't. Do that. After going a few yards along the path and turning several sharp corners, but I suppose it will be last. I suppose it will be at last, but how curiously it twists. It's more like a corkscrew than a path. Well, this turn goes to the hill, I suppose. No, it doesn't. It goes straight away back to the house. Well, then, I'll so have to try the other way. And so she did, wandering up and down, trying to turn after turn, but always coming back to the house. Do what she would, indeed, once she had turned the corner rather quickly than usual, she ran against it before she could stop herself. It's no use talking about it, Alice said, looking up at the house and pretending it was arguing with her. I'm not going in again. Yet, I know that I should have to get through the looking-glass again, back into the old room, and then that would be the end of all of my adventures. So, resolutely turning her back upon the house, she set out once more down the path, determined to keep straight on it until she got to the hill. For a few minutes, all went well, until she was saying, I really shall do it this time, when the path gave a sudden twist and shook itself, as she described it afterwards, and the next moment she found herself actually walking in at the door. Oh, it's too bad, she cried. I never saw such a house for getting in the way, never. However, there was a hill full in sight, so there was nothing to be done but start again. This time she came upon a large flower bed with a border of daisies and a willow tree growing in the middle. Oh, Tiger Lily, said Alice, addressing herself to that one that was waving gracefully about the wind, I wish you could talk. We can talk, said the Tiger Lily, when there's anybody worth talking to. Alice was so astonished that she couldn't speak for a minute. It quite seemed like it had taken her breath away. At length the Tiger Lily only went on waving about. She spoke again in a timid voice, almost a whisper. And can all the flowers talk? Just as well as you can, said the Tiger Lily, and a great deal louder. It isn't manners for us to begin, you know, she said the rose. And I really was wondering when you'd speak, said I to myself. Her face has gotten some sense into it, though it's not a clever one. Still, you're right. You're the right colour, and that goes a long way. I don't care about the colour, said the Tiger Lily remarked. If only her petals curled up a little more, she'd be all right. Alice didn't like being criticized, so she began asking questions. Aren't you sometimes frightened of being planted out here with nobody to take care of you? There's a tree in the middle, said Rose. What else is it good for? But what could you do if any danger came? Asked Alice. It could bark, said the Rose. It says burrow, cried at the daisy. That's why its branches are called boughs. Didn't you know that? Cried another daisy, and here they all began shouting together, and the air seemed quite full of shrill voices. Silence, every one of you, cried the Tiger Lily, waving itself passionately from side to side and trembling with excitement. They know I can't get a word in edgewise. It panted, bending its quivering head towards Alice. Or they wouldn't dare to. Never mind, Alice said in a soothing tone, and stooped down to the daisies who were just beginning. Again, as she whispered, If you don't hold your tongues, I'll pluck you. There was a silence in the moment, and several of the pink daisies had turned white. That's right, said the Tiger Lily. The daisies are the worst of all. When one speaks, they begin together. It's enough to make one winter to hear the way they go on. How is it that you all can talk so nicely? Alice said, hoping to get into a better temper by a compliment. I've been in many gardens before, but none of the flowers could talk. Put your hand down and feel the ground, said the Tiger Lily, then you'll know why. Alice did so. It's very hard, she said, but I don't see that has anything to do with it. In most gardens, the Tiger Lily said, they make up beds too soft so that the flowers are always asleep. This sounded a very good reason. Alice was quite pleased to know it. I never thought of that before, she said. It's my opinion that you never think at all, said the Rose, in a rather severe tone. I never saw anybody that looked stupider, Violet said, so suddenly that Alice quite jumped, for it hadn't spoken before. Hold your tongue, said the Tiger Lily, as if you ever saw anybody. You keep your head under the leaves and snore away here till you know nothing more about what's going on in the world than if you were a bud. Are there any more people in the garden besides me? Alice asked, not choosing to notice at the Rose's last remark. There is one other flower in the garden that can move around like you, said Rose. I wonder how you do it. You're always wondering, said the Tiger Lily, but she's more bushy than me than you are. Is she like me? Alice said eagerly, for the thought crossed her mind. Is there another little girl in the garden somewhere? Well, she has the same awkward shape as you, said the Rose, but she's redder and her petals are far shorter, I think. They've done up and close like Dinah, said the Tiger Lily, not tumbled up about like yours.
Thank you. Oh, I'm freaking out. Sorry, that tends to happen sometimes because I'm reading from the book. Also, welcome aboard, Jazzmaster, to the SS Otterworldly Traveler. Please enjoy your vacation. Thank you so much for the follow. Here, let's see if I move this down just a smidge. Does that make it better or worse?
But that's not your fault, said the Rose, and kindly. You're beginning to fade, you know. Then one can't help but one's petals getting a little untidy. Alice didn't like this idea at all, so to change the subject, she asked, Does she ever come out here? I dare say you'll see her soon, said Rose. She's one of a kind that has 9 spikes, you know. Where does she wear them? Alice said with some curiosity. Why, all around her head, of course, the Rose replied. I was wondering why you hadn't got some too. I thought it was a regular rule. She's coming, cried the Larkspur. I hear her footstep, thump thump, along the gravel walk. Alice looked around eagerly and found that it was the Red Queen. She had grown a great deal in her first remark. She had indeed, when Alice first found her in the ashes, she had only been 3 inches high, and here she was half a head taller than Alice herself. It's the fresh air that does it, said the Rose, wondering. Wonderfully fine air it is out here. I think I'll go and meet her, said Alice, for though the flowers were interesting enough, she had felt that it would be a far grander time to have a talk with a real queen. You can't possibly do that, said the Rose. I should advise you to walk the other way. It sounded nonsense to Alice, so she said nothing but to set off once towards the Red Queen. To her surprise, she had lost sight of her in the moment, and found herself walking in at the front door again. A little provoked, she drew back, and after looking everywhere for the Queen, which she spied out at last a long way off, she thought that she should try the plan, this time of walking the opposite direction. It succeeded beautifully. She had not been walking a minute before she found herself face to face with the Red Queen, and in full sight of the hill that she had been longing to aim at. Where do you come from? Said the Red Queen. And what are you going? Where are you going? Look up, speak nicely, and don't twaddle your fingers all the time. Alice attended to all of these directions and explained as well as she could that she had lost her way. I don't know what you mean by your way, said the Queen. All the ways about here belong to me. But you did. But why you did come all the way here at all, she added in a kinder tone. Curtsy while you're thinking what to say. It saves time. Alice wondered a little bit about this, but she was too much in awe of the Queen to disbelieve it. I'll try it when I go home, she thought to herself. The next time I'm a little late for dinner. It's time for you to answer me now, the Queen said, as she looked at her watch. Open your mouth a little wider when you speak, and always say, Your Majesty. I only wanted to see what the garden was like, Your Majesty. That's right, said the Queen, patting her on the head, which Alice didn't like at all. Though when you say garden, I've seen gardens compared with which this would be a wilderness. Alice didn't dare argue to the point, but went on, and I thought that I'd try and find my way to the top of the hill. When you say hill, the Queen interrupted, I could show you the hills in comparison by which you'd call that a valley. No, I shouldn't, said Alice, surprised into contradicting her at last. A hill can't be a valley, you know. That would be nonsense. The Red Queen shook her head. You may call it nonsense if you like, she said, but I've heard nonsense compared with which one would be as sensible as a dictionary. Alice curtsied again, and was a little afraid from the Queen's tone that she had offended her a little, and they had walked on in silence till they got to the top of the little hill. For some minutes Alice stood without speaking, looking in all directions over the country. A most curious country it was. There was a number of tiny little brooks running straight across from it from side to side, and the ground between was divided up into squares by a little number of green hedges that reached from brook to brook. I declare it's marked out just like a large chessboard, Alice said at last. There ought to be some men moving around somewhere, and so they are, she added in a tone of delight, and her heart began to beat quick with excitement as she went on. It's a great huge game of chess that's being played, all over the world, this whole world, you know. Oh, what fun that is! How I wish I was one of them. I wouldn't mind being a pawn, if only I might join, though of course I'd like to be a queen best. She glanced rather shyly at the real queen as she said this, but her companion only smiled pleasantly and said, That is easily managed. You can be the white queen's pawn if you like. Lily's too young to play, and if you're in the second square to begin with, when you get to the 8th square, you'll be a queen. Just in that moment, somehow or another, they began to run. Alice never could quite make out, in thinking it over afterwards, how it was that it all began. All she remembered is that they were running hand in hand, and the queen went so fast that it was all she could do to keep up with her. And still the queen kept crying, Faster, faster! But Alice felt that she could go no faster, though she had no breath left to say so. The most curious part of the thing was that the trees and the other things around them never changed places at all. However fast they went, they never seemed to pass anything. I wonder if all the things move along with us, thought poor puzzled Alice, and the queen seemed to guess her thoughts, for she cried, Faster! Don't try to talk. Not that Alice had any ideas of doing that. She felt as if she would never be able to talk again. She was getting so much out of breath. And still the queen cried, Faster, faster, dragging her along the way. Are we nearly there? Alice managed to pant out at last. Nearly there, the queen repeated. Why, we passed it 10 minutes ago. Faster! And then they ran on for a time in silence, and the wind whistling in Alice's ears and almost blowing her hair off her head, she fancied. Now, now, cried the queen, faster, faster! And they went fast, and at last they seemed to skim through the air, hardly touching the ground with their feet, till suddenly, just as Alice was getting quite exhausted, they stopped, and she found herself sitting on the ground, breathless and giddy. The queen propped her up against the tree and said kindly, You may rest a little now. Alice looked around her in great surprise. Why, I do believe we've been out of this tree the whole time. Everything is just as it was. Of course it is, said the queen. What would you have it? Well, in our country, said Alice, still panting a little, you generally get somewhere else if you ran very fast for a long time, as we've been doing. A slow sort of country, said the queen. Now here, you see, it takes a lot of running. It takes all the running you can do to keep in the same place. If you want to get somewhere else, you must run at least twice as fast as that. I'd rather not try, please, said Alice. I'm quite content to stay here, only that I'm so hot and thirsty. I know what you'd like, said the queen, a good-natured, taking a little box out of her pocket. Have a biscuit. Alice thought that it would not be civil to say no, though it wasn't at all what she wanted. She took it and ate it as well as she could, and it was very dry, and she thought that she had never nearly choked to death in all her life. While you are refreshing yourself, said the queen, I'll just take the measurement. She took out a ribbon out of her pocket and marked it in inches and began measuring the ground and sticking little pegs here and there. At the end of the 2 yards, she said, putting on a peg to mark the distance, I shall give you directions. Have another biscuit. No, thank you, said Alice. One's quite enough. Thirst quenched, I hope, said the queen. Alice did not know what to say to this, but luckily the queen did not wait for an answer, but went on. At the end of 3 yards I shall repeat them, for fear of your forgetting them. At the end of 4 I shall say goodbye, and at the end of 5 I shall go. She had gotten all the pegs put in by this time, and Alice looked on them with great interest as she returned to the tree, and then slowly began walking down the row. At the 2-yard peg she fancied around and said, A pawn goes 2 squares in its first move, you know, so that you'll go very quickly in the 3rd square by the railway, I should think, and that you'll find yourself in the 4th square in no time. Well, that square belongs to Tweedledum and Tweedledee. The 5th is mostly water, and the 6th belongs to Humpty Dumpty. But you make no remark. I didn't know I had to make one. Just then Alice faltered out. You should have said, the queen went on in a tone of grave reproof. It is extremely kind of you to tell me all of this. However, we'll suppose that it is said that the 7th square, that is forest, however, one of the knights will show you the way, and that at the 8th square we shall be queens together, and that it will be feasting and fun. Alice got up and curtsied and sat back down again. At the next peg the queen turned again. This time she said, Speak in French when you can't think of an English thing for a word. Turn out your toes as you walk, and remember who you are. She did not wait for Alice to curtsy this time, but walked on quickly to the next peg, where she turned on for a moment to say goodbye, and then hurried on at last. How it happened, Alice never knew, but exactly as she came to the last peg, she was gone, whether she had vanished into the air, or whether she ran very quickly into the woods. And she can run very fast, thought Alice, that there was no way of guessing, but that she was gone, and Alice began to remember that she was a pawn, and that it would be some time for her to move. Alright, Chapter 3, Looking Glass Insects. Of course, the first thing to do was to make a grand survey of the country she was going to travel through. It's something very like learning geography, thought Alice, as she stood up on her tiptoes in hope of being able to see just the littlest bit further. Principal rivers, there are none. Principal mountains, well, I'm the only one. I'm on the only one, but I don't think it's got a name. Principal towns, why, what are those creatures making honey down there? They can't be bees. Nobody ever saw bees a mile off, you know. And for some time she stood silent, watching one of them as bustling amongst the flowers, poking and prodding into them, just as if it was a regular bee, thought Alice. However, this was anything but a regular bee. In fact, it was an elephant, as Alice soon found out. The idea took her breath quite away at first, and what an enormous flowers they must be was her next idea, something like cottages with roofs taken off and then stalks put into them. And what of the quantities of honey they must make? Oh, I think I'll go down. No, I won't go just yet, she went on, checking herself just as she was beginning to run down the hill and trying to find some excuse for turning shy so suddenly. It'll never do to go down among them without a good long branch to brush them away. And what fun it will be when they ask me how I liked my walk. I shall say, oh, I liked it well enough. Here came my favorite little toss of the head. Only it was so dusty and hot, and the elephants did tease so. I think I'll go down the other way, she said after a pause, and perhaps I may visit the elephants later on. Besides, I do so want to get to the third square. So, with this excuse, she ran down the hill and jumped over the first of 6 little brooks. Tickets, please. Tickets, please, said the guard, putting his head on the window. In a moment, everybody was holding out a ticket. They were about the same size as the people and seemed to fill the carriage. Now then, show your ticket, child, the guard went on, looking angrily at Alice, and gave a great many voices all said together, like a chorus song, thought Alice. Don't keep him waiting, child. Why, it's his time worth £1,000 a minute. I'm afraid I haven't got one, Alice said in a frightened tone. There wasn't a ticket office where I came from. And again the chorus of voices went on. There wasn't a room for one when she came from. The land there is worth £1,000 an inch. Don't make excuses, said the guard. You should have brought one from the engineer driver. And once more the chorus of voices went on. The man drives the engine. Why, the smoke alone is worth £1,000 a puff. Alice thought to herself, then there's no use in speaking. The voices didn't join in this time, as she hadn't spoken, but, to her great surprise, they all thought in chorus. I hope you understand what thinking in chorus means, for I must confess that I do not. But to say nothing at all, language is worth £1,000 a word. I shall dream about £1,000 tonight. I know I shall, thought Alice. At this time the guard was looking down at her, first through a telescope, and then through a microscope, and then through an opera glass, and he said, You're travelling the wrong way, and shut up the window and went away. So young a child, said the gentleman sitting opposite of her. He was dressed for white paper. Ought to know which way she's going, even if she doesn't know her own name. A goat was sitting next to the gentleman in white, and shut his eyes and said in a loud voice, She ought to know her way about the ticket office, even if she doesn't know her alphabet. There was a beetle sitting next to the goat. It was very queer, the carriage full of passengers all together, and as the rule it seemed to be that they should all speak in turn, he went on with, She'll have to go back from here as luggage. Alice couldn't see who was sitting beyond the beetle, but a hoarse voice spoke next. Change engines, it said, and there it choked, as it was obliged to leave off. It sounds like a horse, Alice thought to herself, and an extremely small voice close to her ear said, You might make a joke on that. Something about horse and... Horse? You know? There was a very gentle voice in the distance said, She must be labelled last with care, you know. And after all the other voices went on, a number of people there were in the carriage, thought Alice. saying she must go by post. She's got a head on her. She must be sent by message, by telegraph. She must be drawn on the train herself for the rest of the way, and so on. But the gentleman dressed in white paper leaned forwards and whispered in her ear, "Never mind what they all say, my dear, but take a return ticket every time the train stops." "Indeed I shan't," Alice said rather impatiently. "I don't belong to this railway journey at all. I was in the woods just now, and I wish that I could go back there." "You might want to make a joke on that," said the little voice close to her ear. "Something about you would if you could, you know." "Don't tease so," said Alice, looking in vain to see where the voice had come. "If you're so anxious to have a joke made, why don't you make one yourself?" The little voice sighed deeply. It was very unhappy, evidently, and Alice would have said something pitying to comfort it. If only I could, if it would only sigh like other people, she thought. But this was such a wonderfully small sigh that she wouldn't have heard it at all if she hadn't been quite close to her ear. The consequence of this was that it tickled her ear very much, and quite took her off her thoughts from the unhappiness of the poor little creature. "I know you have a friend," the little voice went on, "a dear friend, and an old friend, and you wouldn't hurt me, though I am an insect." "What kind of insect?" Alice inquired, a little anxiously, as she really wanted to know what it was, whether it could sting or not. But she had thought this wouldn't be quite a civil conversation to ask. "What, then you don't?" the little voice began. "Ah, thank you so much for the 5 Dear One gift subs. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Eros. I appreciate it. Guys are very sweet. Everybody who got one, if you're here, thank Eros. Drowned by a shrill scream from the engine, everybody jumped up in alarm, Alice among the rest. The horse, who had put his head out the window, quietly drew in and said, "It's only a brook we have to jump over." Everybody seemed satisfied with this, though Alice felt a little nervous at the idea of trains jumping at all. "However, it will take us to the 4th square, and that is some comfort," she said to herself. In another moment she felt the carriage rise straight up into the air, and in her fright she caught the thing nearest to her hand, which happens to be the goat's beard. But the beard seemed to melt away as she touched it, and she had found herself sitting quietly under a tree while the gnat, for that was the insect she had been talking to, was balancing itself on a twig just over her head and fanning herself with its wings. "It's certainly a very large gnat, about the size of a chicken," Alice thought. Still, she couldn't feel nervous with it after they had been talking together for so long. "Then you don't like all insects?" the gnat went on as quietly as if nothing had happened. "I like them when they can talk," said Alice. "None of them ever talk where I come from. What sort of insects do you rejoice in, then?" "Where you come from?" the gnat inquired. "I don't rejoice in insects at all," Alice explained, "because I'm rather afraid of them, at least the large kinds, but I can tell you the names of some of them." "Of course they answer to their names," the gnat remarked carelessly. "I never knew them." "Then what's the use of having names?" the gnat said, "if they won't answer to them." "No use to them," said Alice, "but it's useful to the people who named them, I suppose. If not, why do things have names at all?" "I can't say," replied the gnat. "Further on in the wood down there, they've got no names. However, go on with your list of insects. You are wasting time." "Well, there's the horsefly," Alice began, counting off the names on her fingers. "All right," said the gnat, halfway up the brush. "You'll see a rocking horsefly. If you look, it's made entirely of wood and gets about by swinging itself from branch to branch." "What does it live on?" asked Alice, with great curiosity. "Sap and sawdust," said the gnat. "Go on with the list." Alice looked at the rocking horsefly with great interest and made up her mind that it must have been repainted. It looked so bright and sticky, and then she went on. "And there's a dragonfly." "Oh, look on the branch above your head," said the gnat, "and you'll find a snap dragonfly. As its body is made of plum pudding, wings of holly leaves, and its head of a raisin burning in brandy." "And what does it live on?" asked Alice. Alice asked as before. "Fumery and mince pie," said the gnat, "and it makes its nest in a Christmas box." "And then there's the butterfly," Alice went on, as she had taken a good look at the insect with its head on fire, and had thought to herself, "I wonder if it's the reason the insects are so fond of floating to candles is because they want to turn into snapdragonflies." "Crawling at your feet," said the gnat. Alice drew her feet back in some alarm. "You may observe a bretter butterfly. Its wings are thin slices of bread and butter, and its body is a crust, and its head is a lump of sugar." "And what does it live on?" "Weak tea with cream in it." A new difficulty came into Alice's head. Supposing it couldn't find any, she supposed. Then it would die, of course. But that must happen very often, Alice remarked thoughtfully. It always happens, said the gnat. After this, Alice was silent for a moment, too, pondering round and round her head. At last it settled again and remarked, I suppose you don't want to lose your name? No, indeed, Alice said, a little anxiously, and yet I don't know. The gnat went on in a careless tone. Only think how convenient it would be if you were to manage to go home without it. For instance, if the governess wanted to call you for your lessons, she would have to call out, come here, blank, and then she would have to leave off because there wouldn't be any name for her to call. And of course you wouldn't have to go then, you know. That would never do, I'm sure, said Alice. The governess would never think of excusing me from my lessons. If she could remember my name, she'd call me Miss, as the servants do. Well, if she said Miss, and didn't say anything more, the gnat remarked, of course you'd miss your lessons. That's a joke. I wish you had made it. Why do you wish that I had made it? Alice asked. It's a very bad one. Hello, Ark. Elle, could you do me a favor and shout out Arkan? Welcome, Raiders. Hi. We are reading Through the Looking Glass, the Part 2 Electric Boogaloo of Alice Adventures in Wonderland. Also, thank you, Crowd Hopper, so much for subscribing for 2 months. I appreciate it. It's just exclamation point SO and then at sign. It's okay. You got it. House for a shout out. Hi. I hope you guys are ready for just me being very comfy and kind of being slightly British. But I appreciate everybody. See you. Hi. Second time's a charm. You know what? You can do it, Elle. I believe in you. Elle, yeah. But the gnat only sighed deeply when 2 large tears came rolling down his cheeks. You shouldn't make jokes, Alice said, if it makes you so unhappy. Then came another one of those melancholic little sighs, and this time the poor gnat really seemed to have sighed itself away, for when Alice looked up there was nothing whatever to be seen on the twig, and so as she was getting quite chilly was sitting still for so long she had gotten up and walked on. She very soon came upon an open field, with wood on the other side of it. It looked much darker than the last wood, and Alice felt a little timid about going into it. However, on second thoughts, she had made up her mind to go on, for certainly I won't go back, she thought to herself, and this was the only way to the 8th square. This must be the wood, she said thoughtfully to herself, where things have no names. I wonder what will become of my name when I go in. I shouldn't like to lose it at all, because they'd have to give me another, and it would almost certainly to be an ugly one. But then, how fun it would be trying to find a creature that had gotten my older name. That's just like the advertisements, you know, when people lose dogs, answers to the name of Dash had on a brass collar. Just fancy calling everything you meet Alice, until one of them answered. Oh, they wouldn't answer at all if they were wise. She was rambling on in this way when she had reached the wood. It looked very cool and shady. Well, at any rate, it's great comfort, she said as she stepped underneath the trees, after being so hot. To get into what? She went on, rather surprised at not being able to think of the word. I mean, to get under this, you know, putting her hand on the trunk of a tree. What does it call itself? I wonder, I do believe it's got no name. Why, to be sure, it hasn't. She stood still for a minute, thinking as she suddenly began again. Then it really has happened after all. And now, who am I? I will remember if I can. I'm determined to do it. But being determined didn't help her much when all she could say after a great deal of puzzling was, I know it begins with L. Just as the fawn came wandering by, it looked at Alice with its large eyes, but didn't seem at all frightened. Here then, Alice said, as she held out her hand to try and stroke it. But it only startled back a little and stood looking at her again. What do you call yourself? The fawn said at last. Such a sweet and soft voice it had. Oh, I wish I knew, thought poor Alice, she said rather sadly. Nothing just now. Think again, it said. That won't do. Alice thought, but nothing came of it. Atawata. Thank you for the atawata. Thank you. You will tell me what you call yourself, she said timidly. I think I might help a little. I'll tell you if we come here a little further on. the fawn said. I can't remember. Here. So they walked on together through the wood, Alice with her arms clasped lovingly around the soft neck of the fawn, till they came out into another open field, and here the fawn gave a sudden bound into the air and shook itself free from Alice's arms. I'm a fawn, it cried out in a voice of delight, and dear me, you're a human child. A sudden look of alarm came into its beautiful brown eyes, and in another moment it had darted away at full speed. Alice stood looking after it, almost ready to cry with vexation at having lost her dear little fellow traveller so suddenly. However, I know my name now, she said. That's some comfort. Alice. Alice. I won't forget it again. And now which of these finger posts ought I to follow, I wonder? It was not a very difficult question to answer, as there was only one road through the wood, and 2 finger posts both pointed along it. I'll settle it, Alice said to herself, when the road divides and they point in different ways. But this did not seem likely to happen. She went on and on a very long way, but wherever the road divided, there was sure to be 2 finger posts pointing in the same way, one marked to Tweedledum's house, and the other one marked to the house of Tweedledee. I do believe, that Alice said at last, that they live in the same house. I wonder, I never thought of that before, but I can't stay here long. I'll just call to say how do you do, and ask them a way out of the wood. If only I could get to the 8th square before it gets dark. So she'd wandered on, talking to herself as she went, till one turning a sharp corner she came upon 2 fat little men, so suddenly that she could not help but startling back, but in another moment she had recovered herself, making sure that they must be... Thank you, James, so much for all of the good, love, and supportive vibes. I always appreciate them. Thank you. I hope that you enjoy some of the book reading if you stay. Let's see. Chapter 4. Tweedledum and Tweedledee. They were standing under a tree, each with an arm round the other's neck, and Alice knew which one of the moment, because one of them had a dum embroidered on his collar, and the other one had a D. I suppose they have to call each other Tweedle round the back of the collar, she said to herself. They stood still that she quite forgot that they were alive, and she was going around to see if the word Tweedle was written on the back of each collar, when she was startled by a voice coming from the one marked Dumb. If you think we are waxworks, he said, you ought to pay, you know. Waxworks weren't made to be looked at for nothing, nohow. Contrawise, added the other one marked D, if you think we're alive, you ought to speak. Oh, I'm sure I'm very sorry, was all that Alice could say, for the words of the old song kept ringing throughout her head like the ticking of a clock. She could hardly help saying them out loud. Tweedledum and Tweedledee agreed to have a battle, for Tweedledum said Tweedledee had spoiled his nice new rattle, and just as flew down monstrous crow a black as tower bar, which frightened both the heroes so that they forgot their quarrel. I know what you're thinking about, said Tweedledum, but it isn't so, nohow. Counterwise, said Tweedledee. If it was so, it might be, and if it were so, it would be, but if it isn't, it ain't. That's logic. I was thinking, Alice said politely, which is the best way out of this wood? It is getting so dark, would you tell me, please? But the fat little men only looked at each other and grinned. They looked so exact like a couple of great schoolboys that Alice couldn't help but pointing her finger at Tweedledum and saying, First boy! Nohow! Tweedledum cried out briskly and shut his mouth up again with a snap. Next boy, said Alice, passing on to Tweedledee, though she quite felt certain he would only shout out counterwise. And so he did. You've begun wrong, cried Tweedledum. The first thing is to visit and say, how do you do, and to shake hands. And there were 2 brothers that gave each other a hug, and then they held out their 2 hands that were free to shake hands with her. Alice did not like the shaking of hands with either of them, first for the fear of hurting one's feelings, so, as the best way out of a difficulty, she took hold of both hands at once. The next moment they were dancing around in a ring. This seemed quite natural, she remembered afterwards, and was not even surprised to hear music playing. It seemed to have come from the tree under which they were dancing, and as it was done, as well as she could make out, the branches rubbing across one another like fiddles and fiddlesticks. But it certainly was funny, Alice said afterwards, when she was telling her sister the story of this, to find myself singing Here We Go Around the Mulberry Bush. I don't know when I began it, but somehow I felt as if I'd been singing it a very long time. The other 2 dancers were fat and very soon out of breath. 4 times round's enough for one dance, Tweedledum panted out, and they had left off dancing suddenly as they had begun. The music stopped at the exact same moment. Then they let go of Alice's hands and stood looking at her for a minute. There was a rather awkward pause, as Alice didn't know how to begin a conversation with people she had been dancing with. It would never do to say, how do you do now, she said to herself. Well, we've seemed to come beyond that somehow. I hope you're not too much tired, she said at the last. No, thank you very much for asking, said Tweedledum. So much obliged, said Tweedledee. You like poetry? Yes, pretty well, some poetry, Alice said doubtfully. Would you tell me which road leads out of the wood? What shall I repeat to her, said Tweedledee, looking around to Tweedledum with great solemn eyes, not noticing Alice's question. The Walrus and the Carpenter is the longest. Tweedledee replied, giving his brother an affectionate hug. Tweedledee began instantly. Here the sun was shining. Here Alice ventured to interrupt him. If it's very long, she said politely as she could, would you please tell me first which road? Tweedledee smiled gently and began. The sun was shining on the sea, shining with all its might. He did his very best to make the billows smooth and bright. And thus it was odd, because it was the middle of the night. The moon was shining sulkily because she thought the sun had got no business to be here after the day was done. 'Twas very rude of him, she said, to come and spoil the fun. The sea was wet as wet could be, and the sands were dry as dry. You could not see a cloud because no cloud was in the sky. No birds were flying overhead, there were no birds to fly. The Walrus and the Carpenter were walking close at hand. They wept like anything to see such quandaries of the sand. If this were only cleared away, they said, it would be grand, if 7 maids with 7 mops had swept it for half a year. Do you suppose, the Walrus said, that they could get it clear? I doubt it, said the Carpenter, and said a bitter tear. Oh, oysters, come and walk with us, the Walrus did beseech. A pleasant walk, a pleasant talk, along the briny beach. We cannot do with more than 4 to give a hand to each. The eldest oyster looked at him, but never a word he said. The eldest oyster winked his eye and shook his heavy head, meaning to say he did not choose to leave the oyster bed. But 4 young oysters hurried up, all eager for the treat. Their coals were brushed, their faces washed, and their shoes were clean and neat. And at this odd, because they hadn't any feet. 4 oysters followed them, and yet another 4. Thick and fast they came at last, and more and more and more, all hopping through the frothy waves and scrambling towards the shore. The Walrus and the Carpenter walked on a mile or so, and then they rested on a rock conveniently low. And all the little oysters stood and waited in a row. The time has come, the Walrus said, to talk of many things, of shoes, of ships, and sealing wax, of cabbages and kings, and why the sea is boiling hot, and whether pigs have wings. But wait a bit, the oyster cried, before we have our chat, for some of us are out of breath, and all of us are fat. No hurry, said the Carpenter, they thank them much for that. A loaf of bread, the Walrus said, is what we chiefly need. Pepper and vinegar besides, all are very good indeed. Now if you're ready, oysters dear, we can begin to feed. But not on us, the oysters cried, turning a little blue. After such kindness that would be a dismal thing to do. The night is fine, the Walrus said. Do you admire the view? It was so kind of you to come, and you are very nice. The Carpenter said nothing but cut us another slice. I wish you were not quite so deaf. I had to ask you twice. It seems a shame, the Walrus said, to pay them such a trick, after we brought them out so far and made them trot so quick. The Carpenter said nothing but the butter spread too thick. I weep for you, the Walrus said. I deeply sympathize. With sobs and tears he snorted out, the largest of the sighs, holding out his pocket handkerchief before his streaming eyes. Oh, oysters, said the Carpenter, you've had a pleasant run. Should we be trotting back home again? But the answers came there were none, as this is scarcely odd because they had eaten every one. I like the Walrus best, said Alice. Because he was a little sorry for the poor oysters. He ate more than a Carpenter, though, said Tweedledee, and he held his handkerchief in front so that the Carpenter couldn't count how many he took, counterwise. That was mean, Alice said indignantly, and I like the Carpenter best, if he didn't eat so many as the Walrus, but he ate as many as he could get, said Tweedledum. This was puzzler. After a pause, Alice began, well, then they are both very unpleasant characters. Here she had checked herself in some alarm at hearing something that sounded like her puffing a large steam engine in the wood near them, though she had feared that it was more likely to be a wild beast. Are there any lions or tigers about here? She asked timidly. It's only the Wren King snoring, said Tweedledee. Come and look at him, the brothers cried, and each one took one of Alice's hands and led her up to where the king was sleeping. Isn't it a lovely sight? Said Tweedledum. Alice couldn't say honestly that he was. He had a tall red nightcap on with a tassel, and he was lying crumpled into a sort of untidy heap, and snoring loud, fit to snore his head off, as Tweedledum remarked. I'm afraid he'll catch a cold lying in the damp grass, said Alice, who was a very thoughtful little girl. He's dreaming now, said Tweedledee, and what do you think he's dreaming about? Alice said, nobody can guess that. Why, about you, Tweedledee exclaimed, clapping his hands triumphantly. And if he left off dreaming about you, where do you suppose that you'd be? Well, I am... Now, of course, said Alice. Not you, Tweedledee retorted contemptuously. You'd be nowhere. Why, you'd only be the sort of thing in his dream. If that were the king was to wake, added Tweedledum, you'd go out bang, just like a candle. I shouldn't, exclaimed Alice indignantly. Besides, if I am only the sort of thing in his dreams, what are you, I should like to know? Ditto, said Tweedledum. Ditto, ditto, said Tweedledee. He shouted so loud that Alice couldn't help but say, hush, you'll be waking him. I'm afraid if you make so much noise. Well, it's no use your talking about waking him up, said Tweedledum, when you're the one of the things in here that's not real. You know very well. I am real, said Alice, and began to cry. You won't make yourself a bit realer by crying, Tweedledee remarked. There's nothing to cry about. If I wasn't real, said Alice, half laughing through her tears, it all seems so ridiculous. I shouldn't be able to cry. I hope you don't suppose that those are real tears, Tweedledum interrupted in a tone of great contempt. I know that they're talking nonsense, Alice thought to herself, and it's foolish to cry about, so she brushed away her tears and went on as cheerfully as she could. At any rate, I'd better be getting on out of the wood, for really it is coming very dark. Do you think it's going to rain? Tweedledum spread a large umbrella over himself and his brother and looked up into it. No, I don't think it is, he said. At least, not under here. None how. But it may rain outside. It may if it chooses, said Tweedledee. We've got no objection. Counterwise. Selfish things, thought Alice. She was going to say good night and leave them, when Tweedledum sprang out from underneath the umbrella and seized her by the wrist. Did you see that? He said in a voice choking passion, and his eyes grew large and yellow in the moment as he pointed with a trembling finger a small white thing lying under the tree. It's only a rattle, said Alice, after a careful examination of the little white thing. Not a rattlesnake, you know. And added harshly, thinking that he was frightened, only an old rattle, quite old and broken. I know it was, cried Tweedledum, beginning to stamp about wildly and tear his hair. The spoilt, of course. Here he looked at Tweedledee, who immediately sat down on the ground and tried to hide himself underneath the umbrella. Alice laid her hand upon his arm and said in a soothing tone, You needn't be so angry about an old rattle. But it isn't old, Tweedledum cried in a greater fury than it was. It's new, I tell you. I bought it yesterday. My nice new rattle! His voice rose to a perfect scream. All this Tweedledee was trying his best to fold up the umbrella with himself in it, which took quite an extraordinary thing to do, as it took Alice's attention off from the angry brother, but he couldn't quite succeed and ended up rolling over, bundling up into the umbrella with only his head out. And there he lay, opening and shutting his mouth and large eyes, looking more like a fish than anything else, Alice thought. Of course you agreed to battle, Tweedledum said in a calmer tone. I suppose so, he sulkily replied as he crawled out of the umbrella. Only she must help us dress up, you know. So the two brothers went off hand in hand into the wood and returned over the minute with their arms full of things such as bolsters, blankets, hearthrugs, tablecloths, diff colours, and coal scuttles. I hope you are good at hand-painting and tying strings, Tweedledum remarked. Every one of these things has got to go on somehow or other. Alice said afterward she had never seen such a fuss made about anything in all her life. The way that those two bustled about and the quandary of things that they put on and the trouble that they gave her for tying strings to fastening buttons. Really, they'll be more like bundles of old clothes rather than anything else by the time they're ready, she said to herself as she arranged a bolster around the neck of Tweedledee to keep his head from being cut off, he said. You know, he added very gravely, it's one of the most serious things that one can possibly happen once in battle is to get one's head cut off. Alice laughed aloud, but she managed to turn it into a cough for fear of hurting his feelings. Do I look very pale? Said Tweedledum, coming up to have his helmet tried on. He called it a helmet, though it certainly looked more like a saucepan. Well, yes, a little, Alice replied gently. I'm very brave, generally, he went on in a low tone of voice. Only today I happen to have a headache. And I've got a toothache, said Tweedledee, who had overheard the remark. I'm far worse than you. Then you better not fight today, said Alice, thinking about a good opportunity to make peace. We must have a bit of a fight, but I don't care about what's going on long, said Tweedledum. What's the time now? Tweedledee looked at his watch. 4:30. Let's fight till 6 and then have dinner, said Tweedledum. Very well, the other side said rather sadly, and she can watch us, only you'd better not come very close. He said it. I generally hit everything I see when I get really excited, and I hit everything within reach, cried Tweedledum, whether I can see it or not. Alice laughed. You must hit the trees plenty often, I should think, she said. Tweedledum looked around with him with a satisfied smile. I don't suppose, he said, there'll be a tree left standing for ever so far around by the time that we've finished. All this about a rattle, said Alice, hoping to make them a little ashamed of fighting over such a trifle. I shouldn't have minded it so much, said Tweedledum, if it hadn't been a new one. I wish the monstrous crow would come, thought Alice. There's only one sword, you know, Tweedledum said to his brother, but you can have the umbrella. It's quite sharp. Only we must begin quick. It's getting dark as it can. And darker, said Tweedledee. It was getting dark so suddenly that Alice thought that there must be a thunderstorm coming. What a thick black cloud that is, and how fast it comes. Why, I do believe it's got wings. It's the crow, cried Tweedledum, in a shrill voice of alarm, and the two brothers took their heels and went out of sight in a moment. Alice ran a little way into the wood and stopped under a large tree. It can never get at me here, she thought. It's far too large to squeeze itself among the trees, but I wish it wouldn't flap its wings so. It makes quite a hurricane in the wood. Here's somebody's shawl being thrown away.
Hello, hello. Nice to see you, Brain Damage. Hi, hi. We're on Chapter 5 of Through the Looking Glass, Alice's adventure, the second part.
Wood and Walter. She caught the shawl as she spoke and looked quite about for the owner. Another moment, the White Queen came running wildly through the wood, and both arms stretched out wide as if she were flying, and Alice very civilly met with her with the shawl. I'm very glad I happened to be on the way, Alice said as she helped her to put her shawl on again. The White Queen only looked at her in a helpless, frightened sort of way, and kept repeating something in the whisper to herself, something like sounded like bread and butter, bread and butter. And Alice felt that if there was to be any conversation at all, well, she must manage it herself. So she began rather timidly. Am I addressing the White Queen? Well, yes, if you call that addressing, the Queen said. It isn't my motion of anything at all. Alice thought that it would never do to have an argument at the very beginning of the conversation, so she smiled and said, If your Majesty would only let me the right way to begin, I will do it however well as I can. But I don't want to be done at all, groaned the poor Queen. I've been addressing myself for the last 2 hours. I would have been all the better, as it seemed to Alice, if she had gotten someone else to dress her. She was so dreadfully untidy. Every single thing is crooked, Alice thought to herself, and she's all over in pins. May I put your shawl straight for you? She added aloud. I don't know what's the matter with it, the Queen said in a melancholy voice. It's out of temper, I think. I've pinned it here, I've pinned it there, but there's no pleasing it. It can't go straight, you know, if you pin it all at one side, Alice said, as she gently put it right for her. And dear me, what a state your hair is in. The brush has gotten entangled in it, said the Queen with a sigh, and I lost the comb yesterday. Alice carefully released the brush and did her best to get the Queen's hair in order. Come, you look rather better now, she said, after altering most of the pins, but really, you should have a lady's maid. I'm sure I'll take you with pleasure, the Queen said. 2 pennies a week and jam every other day. Alice couldn't help but laughing and said, I don't want you to hire me, and I don't care for jam. It's very good jam, said the Queen. Well, I don't want any today, at any rate. You couldn't have it if you did want it, the Queen said. The rule is jam tomorrow, jam yesterday, and never jam today. It must come sometimes to jam today, Alice objected. No, it can't, said the Queen. It's jam every other day, and today isn't another day, you know. I don't understand you, said Alice. It's dreadfully confusing. That's the effect of living backwards, the Queen said kindly. It always makes one a little giddy at first. Living backwards, Alice repeated in great astonishment. I've never heard of such a thing. But there are also great advantages in that one's memory works both ways. Well, I'm sure mine only works one way, Alice remarked, and I can't remember things before they happened. That's a poor sort of memory. It only works backwards, said the Queen remarked. What sort of things do you remember best? Alice ventured to ask. Oh, things that happened a week after next, the Queen replied in a careless tone. For instance, now, she went on, sticking a large piece of plaster into her fingers as she spoke. There's the King's messenger. He's in prison now, being punished for the trial that doesn't even begin till next Wednesday. And of course the crime comes last of all. Suppose he never commits the crime, said Alice. And that would be all the better, wouldn't it? Said the Queen as she bounded the plaster around her finger with a bit of ribbon. Alice felt there was no denying that. Of course it would be all the better, she said, but it wouldn't be all the better for his being punished. You're wrong there, at any rate, the Queen said. Were you ever punished? Only for faults, said Alice. And you were all the better for it, I know, the Queen said triumphantly. Yes, but I had done things I was punished for, said Alice. That makes a difference. But if you hadn't done them, the Queen said, that would have been better still, better and better and better. Her voice went higher with each better till it got quite to a squeak at last. Alice was just beginning to say, there's a mistake somewhere, when the Queen began screaming, oh so loud that she had left the sentence unfinished. Oh, 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 shouted the Queen, shaking her hand about as she went to shake it off. My finger's bleeding. Oh, 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 oh. Her screams were exactly like the whistle of a steam engine, that Alice had had to hold her hands over her ears. What is the matter? She said as soon as there was any chance of making herself heard. Have you pricked your finger? Oh, I haven't pricked it yet, said the Queen, but I soon shall. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, when do you expect to do it? Alice said, feeling much inclined to laugh. When I fasten my shawl again. The poor Queen groaned out. The brooch will come undone directly, and oh, 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 oh. As she said the words, the brooch flew open, and the Queen clutched wildly at it and tried to clasp it again. Take care, said Alice. You're holding it all crooked. And she caught the brooch, but there was too late. The pin had slipped, and the Queen had pricked her finger. That accounts for the bleeding, you see, she said to Alice with a smile. Now you understand the way things happen here. But why don't you scream now? Alice asked, holding her hands ready to put it over her ears again. Why, I've done all the screaming already, said the Queen. What would be good of having it all over again? By this time it was getting light. The crow must have flown away, I think, said Alice. I'm so glad that it's gone. I thought it was night coming on. I wish I could manage to be glad, the Queen said. Only I can never remember the rule. You must be very happy living in this wood, and be glad whenever you like. Oh, it is so very lonely here, Alice said in a melancholy voice, and the thought of her loneliness, 2 large tears came rolling down her cheeks. Oh, don't go on like that, cried the poor Queen, wringing her hands in despair. Consider what a great girl you are. Consider what a long way you've come today. Consider what o'clock it is. Consider anything. Just don't cry. Alice could not help but laughing at this, even in the midst of her tears. Can you keep from crying by considering things? She said. That's the way it's done, said the Queen with great decision. Nobody can do 2 things at once, you know. Let's consider your age to begin with. How old are you? I'm 7.5. Exactly. You needn't say exactly, the Queen remarked. I can believe it without that. Now I'll give you something to believe. I am 101 5 months and a day. I can't believe that, said Alice. Can't you? The Queen said in a pitying tone. Try again. Draw a long breath and shut your eyes. Alice laughed. There's no use trying, she said. One can't believe impossible things. I dare say you haven't had much practice then, said the Queen. When I was your age, I always did half an hour a day, when sometimes I believed as many as 6 impossible things before breakfast. There goes the shawl again. The brooch had come undone as she spoke, and suddenly a gust of wind blew the Queen's shawl around the little brook, and the Queen spread her arms out and went flying over it. This time she succeeded in catching it herself. I've got it, she cried, triumphant tone. Now we shall see me pin it on again, all by myself. Then I hope your finger is better now, Alice said very politely as she crossed the little brook after the Queen. Oh, much better, cried the Queen, her voice rising into a squeak as she went on. Much better, 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 better. The last word ended up as a long bleat, so like a sheep. Alice quite startled as she looked to the Queen, who seemed to have stunnedly wrapped herself up in wool. Alice rubbed her eyes and looked again. She couldn't make out what had happened. Was she in a shop? And this was really what it was? A sheep was sitting on the other side of the counter? Rub as she would, she could make nothing more of it. She was in a little dark shop, leaning on her elbows under the counter, and the opposite of her was an old sheep sitting in an armchair knitting, and every now and then leaving off to look at her through great spectacles. What is it that you want to buy? The sheep said, at last looking up for a moment from her knitting. I don't quite know yet, Alice said very gently. I should like to look around first, if you let me. You may look around in front of you and on both sides of you, said the sheep, as long as you like, but you can't look all around you unless you've got eyes in the back of your head. But these, as it happened, Alice had not got, so she continued herself with turning around and looking at the shelves as she came to them. The shop seemed to be full of all manner of curious things, but the oddest part of it was, whenever she looked hard at any shelf to make out exactly what it had on it, the particular shelf was always quite empty, though the others around it were always crowded full as they could hold. Things flow about here and there, she said in the last pensive tone, after she had spent a minute or 2 out in vainly pursuing a large, bright, that looked like a box sometimes, with a doll, and sometimes a work box, and was always on the shelf next or above the one she was looking at, and the one most provoking of all. But I'll tell you what, she added, as a sudden thought struck her.
Hello, Bunko.
Hi, we are reading Through the Looking Glass. We are on Chapter 5, I believe, Wool and Water.
Here we go.
Currently, Alice is in a curious little shop where there is a sheep who is the shop owner, which just kind of happened after she went over the brook. I'll follow up to the very top shelf of all and I'll puzzle it through the ceiling, I expect. But even if this plan failed, the thing went through the ceiling as quietly as possible, as if it were quite used to it. Are you a child or a tetrum? The sheep said as she took up another pair of needles. You'll make me giddy soon if you go turning around like that. She was now working with 14 pairs at once, and Alice couldn't help but looking at her in great astonishment. How can she knit with so many? The puzzled child thought to herself. She gets more and more like a porcupine every minute. Can you row? The sheep asked, holding her a pair of knitting needles as she spoke. Yes, a little, but I'm not on land, and not with needles. Alice was beginning to say when suddenly the needles turned into oars in her hands, and she had found that they were in a little boat gliding along the river banks. So there was nothing for it but to do her best. Feather, cried the sheep as she took another pair of needles. This didn't sound like a remark that needed any answer, so Alice said nothing, but pulled away. There was something very queer about the water, she thought. Every now and then the oars got fast in it and would hardly come out again. Feather, Feather, said the sheep, taking more needles. You'll be catching a crab directly. A dear little crab, thought Alice. I should like that. Didn't you hear me say Feather? The sheep cried angrily, taking up quite a bunch of needles. Indeed I did, said Alice. You said it very often and very loud. Please, where are the crabs? In the water, of course, said the sheep, sticking some of the needles into her hair as her hands were full. Feather, I say. Why do you say feather so often? Alice asked, rather vexed. I'm not a bird. You are, said the sheep. You're a little goose. This offended Alice a little, so there was no more conversation for a minute or two, while the boat glided gently on, sometimes amongst beds of weeds, which were made of oars stuck fast in the water, and worse than ever, and sometimes under trees, but always in the same tall river banks frowning over their heads. Oh, please, there are some scented rushes, Alice cried in a sudden transport of delight. Really, they are such beauties. You needn't say please to me about them, said the sheep, without looking from her knitting. I didn't put them there, and I'm not going to take them away. No, but I meant, please, may we wait and pick some? Alice pleaded. If you don't mind stopping the boat for a minute. How am I to stop it? Said the sheep. If you leave off rowing, it'll stop itself. So the boat was left to drift down the stream as it would, till it glided gently in among the waves, rushing, and the little sleeves that were carrying them rolled up in the little... Oh, goodness. Oh, I see that somebody redeemed an otter titter. I'll go ahead and do that one. Also, welcome aboard Jazzmaster, Jeffx, and Lickwick Zir, and Juan Martin, and Farron Son Wayne to the SS Unworldly Traveler. Please enjoy your vacation. Thank you guys so much for the follows. I appreciate it. Here we go. Now back to reading. So the boat was left to drift down the stream as it would until it glided gently in among the waving rushes, and then the little sleeves were carefully rolled up and the little arms were plunged into elbow deep, to get a hold of the rushes a good long way down before breaking them off. And for a while Alice forgot all about the sheep and the knitting as she bent over and onto the side of the boat with just the ends of her tangled hair dripping into the water, while with bright and eager eyes she caught at one bunch after the other those darling scented rushes. I only hope the boat won't tipple over, she said to herself. Oh, what a lovely one. Oh, only I couldn't quite reach it, and it certainly did seem a little provoking, almost as if it happened on purpose, she thought. that though she managed to pick plenty of the beautiful rushes as the boat glided by, there was always more lovely one that she couldn't reach. The prettiest ones are always furthest, she said last, with a sigh at the obscenity of the rushes growing so far off, as with flushed cheeks and dripping hair and hands, she scrambled back to her place and began to arrange her newfound treasures. What mattered to her was just that when the rushes had begun to fade and lose all their scent and beauty from the very moment that she had picked them, even real scented rushes, you know, last a very little while, and these being dream rushes melted away almost like snow, and they lay in heaps at her feet, but Alice hardly noticed this. There were so many other curious things to think about that they hadn't gone much further before the blade of one of the oars got fast in the water and wouldn't come out again, so Alice explained to it afterwards. And then consequences that the handle of it caught underneath her chin, and spite a series of little shrieks of "oh, oh, 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 oh" from poor Alice, as it swept her straight off her seat and down amongst the heap of rushes. However, she wasn't a bit hurt, and she soon stood up again, and the sheep went on with her knitting all the while, just as if nothing had happened. "That was a nice crab you caught," she remarked, as Alice got back to her place, very much relieved to find herself still in the boat. "Was it? I didn't see," said Alice, peeping curiously over the side of the boat in the dark water. "I wish it hadn't let go. I should like to see the little crab and take it home." Hello, welcome, readers. Hi, I'm Pearl the Otter, and right now we are reading Through the Looking Glass. Elle, if you would be so kind as to give a quick shout out to Freya, who I believe is a plague doctor VTuber, who is very interesting. I watched your emote art the other day. I like it quite a lot. Oh, welcome aboard, SDK Yuchi, Coldcraft, Kazuwazu, Kawaski VT, and Psychotic Gamer. Hello. Did you guys have a good stream? What'd you guys do? You love Through the Looking Glass? We are currently, I believe, on chapter 5. It is. You played Phasmo. You played Spoopy. You played, what is it, Mystery Machine. Just Simulator. Were you Scooby? Were you the one that ran away? Ghost House game. Yes, Ghost House. Yeah, but I think it's like just playing as though you are the Mystery Machine gang. You have your friends, and one of you tries very hard not to get nabbed by the ghost. Welcome aboard, Soul Allenwood, to the SS Otterworldly Traveler. Please enjoy your vacation. Thank you guys so much for all the follows. Well, I'm glad that you guys had fun. Don't have scary dreams tonight. If I lull you to sleep, no scary dreams, okay? Only good dreams. Only silly dreams. With me, but the sheep only laughed scornfully and went on with her knitting. "Are there many crabs here?" said Alice. "Crabs and all sorts of things," said the sheep. "Plenty of choice, only to make up your mind. Now what do you want to buy?" "To buy?" Alice echoed in a tone that was half astonished and half frightened, for the oars, the boat, and the river had vanished all in that moment, and she was back again in the little dark shop. "I should like to buy an egg, please," she said timidly. "How do you sell them?" "5 pence farthing for one, 2 pence for two," the sheep replied. Then two are cheaper than one," Alice said in surprised tone, taking out her purse. "Only you must eat them both if you buy 2, said the sheep. "Well, then I'll have 1, please," said Alice, as she put the money down on the counter, for she thought to herself, "They mightn't have been all nice, you know." The sheep took the money and put it in a little box, and she said, "I never put things into people's hands that would never do. You must get it for yourself." And so saying, she went off to the other end of the shop and set the egg upright on a shelf. "I wonder why it wouldn't do," thought Alice, as she groped her way along the tables and chairs, for the shop was very dark towards the end. "The egg seems to get further away the more I walk towards it. Let me see, is this a chair? Why, it's got branches, I declare. How very odd to find trees growing here, and actually this little brook. Well, this is the queerest shop I've ever saw." So she went on, wondering more and more at each step, and everything turned into a tree the moment she came up to it, and she quite expected the egg to do the same. We are on chapter 6, Humpty Dumpty. However, the egg only got larger and larger, the more and more human. When she had come within a few yards of it, she saw that it had eyes and nose and mouth, and when she had come close enough to it, she clearly saw that it was Humpty Dumpty himself. It can't be anybody else, she said to herself. I'm certain of it, as his name were written all over his face. It might have been written 100 times. On the enormous face, Humpty Dumpty was sitting with his legs crossed like a Turk, on the top of a high wall, such a narrow one that Alice quite wondered how he could keep his balance at all, and his eyes were steadily fixed on the opposite direction, and didn't take the least notice of her. She thought, he must be a stuffed figure after all. And how exactly like an egg he is, she said out loud, standing with her hands ready to catch him, for she was at every moment expecting him to fall. It's very provoking, Humpty Dumpty said after a long silence, looking away from Alice as he spoke, to be called an egg. Very. I said looked like an egg, sir, Alice gently explained, and some eggs are very pretty, you know, she added, hoping to turn her remark into some sort of compliment. Some people, said Humpty Dumpty, looking away from her as usual, have no more sense than a baby.
Hello, bad boy. Hello, hello. We are reading through the Looking Glass. Currently, comfy ASMR time. We've got on chapter 6 for Humpty Dumpty. Hello, hello, Chillbean. Hello, hello. Yes, it's story time. It's story time. It's me reading slightly Britishly. Welcome, welcome. I'm Batman, and themed Core 1 to the SS Otherworldly Traveler. Please enjoy your vacations. Thank you so much for the follow. Alice didn't know what to say to this. It wasn't at all like the conversation she thought, as he never said anything to her. In fact, his last remark was evidently addressed to a tree, so she stood and softly repeated herself. Humpty Dumpty sat on a wall. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. All the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't put Humpty back in his place again. The last line was too long for the poetry, she added, almost aloud, forgetting that Humpty Dumpty would in fact hear her. Don't stand jittering about yourself like that, Humpty Dumpty said, looking at her for the first time. But tell me your name and your business. My name is Alice, but it's a stupid name. Enough, Humpty Dumpty interrupted impatiently. What does it mean? Must a name mean something? Alice said doubtfully. Of course it must, Humpty Dumpty said with a short laugh. My name means the shape I am, and a good handsome shape it is too. With a name like yours, it might be any shape, almost. Well, why do you sit out here all alone? Said Alice, not wishing to begin an argument. Why, because there's nobody with me, cried Humpty Dumpty. Did you think I didn't know the answer to that? Ask another. Don't you think you'd be safer down on the ground? Alice went on, not with any idea of making another riddle, but simply in her good-natured anxiety for the queer creature. That wall is so very narrow. What tremendously easy riddles to ask, Humpty Dumpty growled out. Of course I don't think so. Why, if I ever did fall off, which there is no chance of, but if I did, he pursed his lips and looked solemn and grand, and Alice could hardly help but laughing. If I did fall, he went on, the king has promised me that, you may turn pale if you like. You didn't think that I was going to say that, did you? The king has promised me with his very own mouth to send all of his horses and all of his men, interrupted Alice rather unwisely. Now I declare that's too bad, Humpty Dumpty cried, breaking into a sudden passion. You've been listening at doors and behind trees and down chimneys, or you couldn't have known it. I have not indeed, Alice said very gently. It's in a book. Ah, well, they might write such things in a book, Humpty Dumpty said in a calmer tone. That's what you call the history of England. That is, now take a good look at me. I am the one who has spoken to a king. I am, mayhap you'll never see another. And to show you that I'm not proud, you may shake hands with me. He grinned almost from ear to ear as he leant forward, and as nearly as possible fell off the wall in doing so, and offered Alice his hand. She watched him a little anxiously as she took it. If he smiled, much more than the end of his mouth might meet behind, she thought, and if I don't know what would happen to his head, I'm afraid it would come off. Yes, all of his horses and all of his men. Humpty Dumpty went on to pick me up in a minute if they would. However, this conversation has gone a little too fast. Let's take it back to the last remark, but one. I'm afraid I can't quite remember it, Alice said very politely. In that case, we start fresh, said Humpty Dumpty, and it's my turn to choose a subject. He talks about it as if it were a game, thought Alice. So here's a question for you. How old did you say you were? Alice made a short calculation and said, 7 years and 6 months. Wrong, Humpty Dumpty exclaimed triumphantly. You never said a word like it. I thought you meant how old are you, Alice explained. If I had meant that, I have said it, said Humpty Dumpty. Alice didn't want to begin another argument, so she said nothing. 7 years and 6 months.
Humpty Dumpty repeated thoughtfully, an uncomfortable sort of age. Now, if you asked me my advice, I'd have said to leave off at 7. It's a bit too late now. I never asked advice about growing, Alice said indignantly. Too proud, the other inquired. Alice felt a little more indignant at his suggestion. I mean, she said, that one can't help but growing older. One can't, perhaps, said Humpty Dumpty, but 2 can with proper assistance. You might have left off at 7.
Hello. United will 10. That's fine. Thank you. I appreciate all of your love and support, and there's always the VOD, so feel free to have fun. And you can always come to another stream. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
What a beautiful belt you've got on, Alice suddenly remarked. They had quite enough of the subject of age, she thought. And if they really were to take turns in choosing subjects, it was her turn now.
Yes, we're doing ASMR. Well, I'm reading story time. It's story time. We're reading through The Looking Glass. Hello, Coco Papo Cake. Hello. We are currently reading through The Looking Glass, the second part of Alice's Adventures Through Wonderland. And we are on chapter 6, Humpty Dumpty. Oh, thank you, Coco Popcake. Welcome aboard the SS Otterworldly Traveler. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you. Alright.
I think she corrected herself on the second thoughts. A beautiful cravat, I should have said. No, a belt. I beg your pardon. She added in dismay, for Humpty Dumpty looked thoroughly offended as she began to wish she hadn't chosen that subject. If only I knew, she thought to herself, what the heck was his neck, and which was his neck, and which was his waist. Evidently Humpty Dumpty was very angry, though he did nothing for a minute or two, and when he did speak again, it was in a deep growl.
Time for food and sleep? It's alright. Enjoy your food, and enjoy a wonderful night's sleep. I hope you have great dreams. Everybody goes to bed, gets a smoochie. We believe in smoothies. There you go. On a stretch. Okay. Left. Right. Back. And down. Thank you for the stretch. I appreciate that very much.
"'Tis the most provoking thing," he said at last, "when a person doesn't know a cravat from a belt."
I know it's very ignorant of me, Alice said in a humble tone that Humpty Dumpty relented.
"Is a cravat, child, and a beautiful one, and as you say, it is a present from the White King and Queen. There now."
"Is it really?"
said Alice, quite pleased to find that she had chosen a good subject after all. "They gave it to me," Humpty Dumpty continued, thoughtfully as he crossed one knee over the other and clasped his hands round it. "They gave it to me for an unbirthday present." "I beg your pardon," Alice said with a puzzled air. "I am not offended," said Humpty Dumpty.
"I mean, what is an unbirthday present?"
"A present given when it isn't your birthday, of course." Alice considered a little.
"I like birthday presents best," she said at last.
"You don't know what you're talking about," cried Humpty Dumpty. "How many days are there in a year?"
365,
Alice said. "And how many birthdays have you?"
1.
"And if you take 1 from 365, what remains?"
364, of course.
Humpty Dumpty looked doubtful. "I'd rather see that done on paper," he said. Alice couldn't help but smiling as she took out her memorandum book and worked up the sum for him. 365 minus 1 is 364. Humpty Dumpty took the book and looked with carefully. "That seems to be done right," he began. "You're holding it upside down," Alice said. "To be sure I was," Humpty Dumpty said, gaily, as he turned around for him. "Though I thought it looked a bit queerer as I was saying, that seems to be done right, though I haven't the time to look over it thoroughly just now, and that shows that there are 364 days when you certainly get unbirthday presents." "Certainly," said Alice, "and only 1 for birthday presents, you know. There's the glory for you." "I don't know what you mean by glory," Alice said. Humpty Dumpty smiled contemptuously. "Of course you don't, till I tell you. I mean, there's a nice knock-down argument for you." "But glory doesn't mean a nice knock-down argument," Alice objected. "When I use the word," Humpty Dumpty said in a rather scornful tone, "it means just what I choose it to mean. No, neither more nor less." "The question is," said Alice, "whether you can make words mean so many different things." "The question is," as Humpty Dumpty which is to be the master, but that's all. Thank you, Snoo Senpai. Wata wata. I will take a drink. Thank you very much. Also, I have to plug in my phone because it seems like it has become unplugged. So please give me a moment while I do that. Bad phone. Why did you become unplugged? I need you to stay plugged. Stay where you are. Stay charged so I don't die. Yeah, phone charging ASMR. Oh, there we go. We got that. You're a very good reader. I can never. Cocoa Pop Cake. I'm gonna be honest with you. I have dyslexia. So sometimes I don't read very well, and I have to slow down so I can read more properly. Because some of the letters, and I have dyscalculia and dyslexia. So it's hard for me to read, and sometimes hard for me to understand what numbers are. So I appreciate you at least thinking that I am a good reader. I like doing the voices. I think that's my favorite part, is kind of doing like an accent or a voice of a long character. It's okay. It just means that me reading to everybody is good practice. It means I'm doing a pretty good job. So thank you, Cocoa Pop Cake. Can I just call you Pop Cake? I love cake pops. So I just want to call you Cake Pop. Oh man, I want a cake pop. Tomorrow, I'm gonna get a cake pop. I love cake pops. Papa Cake. Also because it's fun to say. I can say things like Papa Cake, Papa Cake, Papa Cake. It's fun. Alice was far too puzzled to say anything. After a minute, Humpty Dumpty began again. They've a temper, some of them, particularly verbs. They are the proudest adjectives. You can do anything with, but not verbs. However, I can manage the whole lot of them. Impenetrability, that is what I say. Would you tell me, please, said Alice, what that means? Now, you talk like a reasonable child, said Humpty Dumpty, looking very much pleased. I meant by impenetrability that we have had enough on the subject, and it would be just as well as you'd mention what you meant to do next, as I suppose you don't mean to stop here for the rest of your life. That's a great deal to make of one word, I mean, Alice said in a thoughtful tone. When I make a word to do a lot of work like that, said Humpty Dumpty, I always pay it extra. Oh, said Alice, as she was much too puzzled to make any other remark. You should see him come round with Saturday night. Humpty Dumpty went on waggling his head gravely from side to side, for to get their wages, you know. Alice didn't venture to ask what he paid them with, as so you see I can't tell you. You seem very clever explaining words, sir, said Alice. Would you kindly tell me the meaning of the poem called Jabberwocky? Well, let us hear it, said Humpty Dumpty. I can explain all the poems that were ever invented. I have a good many that haven't been invented just yet. This sounded very hopeful, so Alice repeated the first verse. 'Twas billing in slithy loaves, did gyre and grimble in the wibe. Oh, mimsy were the bower groves, and the months res outer grave. That's enough to begin with, Humpty Dumpty said, interrupting. There are plenty of hard words there. Billig means 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the time which we began boiling things for dinner. Oh, well, that will do very well, said Alice. And slithy? Well, slithy means lime and slithy. Lithe and slimy. Lithe is the same as active, so you see it's a portmanteau. There are 2 meanings packed into one word. I see now, Alice remarked thoroughly. And what are toves? Well, toves are something like badgers. They look something like lizards, and they're found something like corkscrew. They must be very curious creatures. That they are, said Humpty Dumpty. Also they make their nest under golden sundials and live on cheese. So what is to gyre and gimble? To gyre is to go around like a gyroscope. To gimble is to make holes like a gimlet. And the wabe? The wabe is a grass plot round a sundial, I suppose. Alice surprised at her own ingenuity. Of course it is. It's called wabe, you know, because it goes a long way before it, and a long way behind it, and a long way beyond each side. Alice added. Exactly so. Then Mimsy is flimsy and miserable. There's another portmanteau for you, and Barbergrove is a thin, shabby-looking bird with its feathers sticking up all around, something like a live mop. And then the Mouthraves, said Alice. I'm afraid I've given you a great deal of trouble. Well, Wrath is a sort of green pig, but Mom I'm not certain about. I think it's sort of from home, meaning that they've lost their way, you know. And what does outgrabe mean? Well, outgribbing is something between bellowing and whistling, a kind of sneeze in the middle, however you hear it done, maybe down in the wood yonder, and when you've heard it, you're quite content. Who has been repeating all that hard stuff to you? I read it in books, said Alice, but I had some poetry repeated to me much easier than that, by Tweedledee, I think it was. As to poetry, you know, the Humpty Dumpty said, stretching out one of his great hands, I can repeat poetry as well as any other folk, if it comes to that. Oh, I needn't come to that, Alice hastily said, hopping to keep him from beginning. Question, just genuinely curious. Okay, when is the debut? Well, the thing was, the debut was supposed to happen last month, but artists that I've commissioned are not finished with the projects that we've got to settle up with the debut, so it's kind of put back on a burner. I can't debut until the assets are finished and given to me, so the debut will happen as soon as those are finished. So I'll keep you guys posted on Twitter or in Discord. I will let you guys know. But until I know, I have no idea. It is on several other artists. That is my current predicament. But I will let you know. I will. I promise. Okay, I just didn't know. Duly noted. Yeah, I always feel so bad where it's like, I technically haven't debuted yet. These are all pretty much just free assets, other than the model. And the debut, we have a lot of stuff. We just don't have everything done yet. Debut will happen. It's just a matter of time. Yeah. It do be like that. It do be like that. And now back to Humpty Dumpty. The piece I'm going to repeat, he went on without noticing her remark, was written entirely for your amusement. Alice felt that in that case she really ought to listen to it, so she sat down and said, "Thank you," rather sadly. "In winter, when the fields are white, I sing this song for your delight. Only that I don't sing it," he added, as an explanation. "I see that you don't," said Alice. "If you can see whether I'm singing or not, you have sharper eyes than most," Humpty Dumpty remarked severely, as Alice was then silent. "And spring when woods are getting green. I'll try and tell you what I mean." "Thank you very much," said Alice. "And summer when the days are long, perhaps you'll understand the song. And autumn when the leaves are brown, take pen and ink and write them down." "I will if I can remember, it's so long," said Alice. "You needn't go on making remarks like that," Humpty Dumpty said. "You're not sensible, and they put me out." "I sent a message to the fish. I told them, this is what I wish. Little fishies of the sea, they sent an answer back to me. The little fishies' answer was, we cannot do it, sir, because—" "I'm afraid I don't quite understand," said Alice. "It gets easier the further on," Humpty Dumpty replied. "I sent to them again to say, it will be better to obey. The fishies answered with a grin, why, what a temper that you're in. I told them once, I told them twice, they would not listen to advice. I took a kettle large and new to fit the deed I had to do. My heart went hop, my heart went thump, I filled the kettle with a pump, and then there came to me and said, the little fishies are in bed. I said to them, I said it plain, then you must wake them up again." I said it loud, I said it clear, I went and shouted in his ear. Humpty Dumpty raised his voice almost to a scream as he repeated this verse, and Alice thought with a shudder, I wouldn't have been this messenger for anything. But he was very stiff and proud, he said, you needn't shout out loud. And as he was proud and stiff, he said, I'd go and wake them up if— I took a corkscrew from the shelf, I went to wake them up myself, and when I found the door was locked, I pulled and pushed and kicked and knocked. And when I found the door was shut, I tried to turn the handle, but— There was a long pause. "Is that all?" Alice timidly asked. "That's all," Humpty Dumpty said. "Goodbye." It was rather sudden, Alice thought, but after such a very strong hint that she ought to be going, she felt it would hardly be stifled to say, So she got up and held her hand. "Goodbye, till we meet again," she said cheerfully as she could. "I shouldn't know if you were to do it again if we did meet." Humpty Dumpty replied in a discontented tone, giving her one of his fingers to shake. "You're exactly like other people." The face is that The face is what goes on about generally," Alice remarked, in a thoughtful tone. "That's just what I complain of, Humpty Dumpty. Your face is the same as everybody has. 2 eyes, so," marking their places in the air with his thumb, "a nose in the middle, and a mouth under in the same way. Now, if you had 2 eyes on the same side of your nose, for instance, or a mouth atop of your head, it would be some help." "It wouldn't look nice," Alice objected, but Humpty Dumpty only shut his eyes and said, "Well, till you've tried." Alice waited a minute to see if he would speak again, but as he never opened his eyes or took any further notice of her, she said, "Goodbye." Once more getting no answer to this, she quietly walked away, but she couldn't help but saying to herself, as she went on, "Of all the unsatisfactory," she repeated the word aloud, as she had great comfort to have such a long word to say, "of all the unsatisfactory people I have ever met." She never finished the sentence, for the movement of a heavy crash shook the forest from end to end. Alright, and now we are on chapter 7, The Lion and the Unicorn. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and just move my legs. The next moment, soldiers came, running through the wood, and the first in 2s and 3s, and then 10 and 20 together, and last in such a crowd that they seemed to fill the whole forest. Alice got behind a tree for fear of being run over as she watched them go by. She thought that in all her life she had never seen soldiers so uncertain on their feet. They were always tripping over something or other, and whenever one went down, several more would always follow him, so that the ground was soon covered with little heaps of men. Then it came the horses, having 4 feet, mangled rather better than foot soldiers, but even they stumbled now and then, and seemed to have a regular rule in that whenever a horse stumbled, the rider fell off instantly, and the confusion got worse in each moment, and Alice was so very glad to get out of the wood into an open place where she had found the White King seated upon the ground, busying writing in his memorandum book. No, the song has not always been playing. We got it commissioned not that long ago by Ark, and well, we got a background commissioned by Ark, and he so lovingly kind of made this melody one for music box version of the actual background music, so that I have something that isn't Spotify playlist to play while we're doing ASMR. There shouldn't be a playlist playing. Oh, there is a playlist playing. I'm silly. Why was it all of a sudden not working? We've got a playlist and we had it. I'm silly. I had both going at the same time. Yes, Ark is a homie. Is a homie. Mm-hmm. He does good work. He is he's funny. He does really good music work. Okay, back to reading before I forget. Also, welcome banana nut button to the SS Otter Worldly Traveler. Please enjoy your vacation. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you. Mm-hmm. "I've sent them all," the king cried, in a tone of delight, and seeing Alice. "Did you happen to meet all my soldiers, my dear, as you come through the wood?" Yes, I did," said Alice. "Several thousand, I should think. 4,207. That's the exact number," said the king, referring to his book. "I couldn't send all the horses, you know, because 2 of them are wanted in the game. But I haven't sent the 2 messengers either. They're both gone to town. Just look along the road and tell me if you see either of them." "I see nobody on the road," said Alice. "I only wish I had such eyes," the king remarked in a fretful tone, "to be able to see nobody, and at this distance, too. Why, that's much as I can do to see real people by this light." All of this was lost on Alice, who was still looking intently on the road, shading her eyes with one hand. "I see somebody now," she exclaimed, "but he's coming very slowly, and with what curious aptitudes he goes. For the messenger had kept skipping up and down and wriggling like an eel as he came along, with his great hands spread out like fans on each side. "Not at all," said the king. "He's an Anglo-Saxon messenger, and those are Anglo-Saxon attitudes. He only does them when he's happy. His name is Higratha." He pronounced it as to rhyme with major. "I love my love with an H. Alice couldn't help but beginning, because he is happy. I hate him with an H, because he is hideous. I fed him with an ham, sandwiches, and hay. His name is Hagatha, and he lives in the hill, the king remarked, simply without the least idea of what he was joining in the game. While Alice was still hesitating for the name of a town beginning with H, the other messenger called Hatta. I must have two, you know, to come and to go, one to come, one to go. I beg your pardon, said Alice. It isn't respectable to beg, said the king. I only meant that I don't understand, said Alice. Why one to come and one to go? Didn't I tell you, the king repeated impatiently. I must have two to fetch and to carry, one to fetch and one to carry. At this moment the messenger arrived.
Oh, Notice, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for being here for 2 months. It's time for kisses. Thank you for sweaty and water. I will take some hot water. As I place my ribbon over my book. There we go. And stretch. Up, left, right, and down. And I will swap legs. There we go. Thank you, Snoo Senpai, and thank you, Meow. I appreciate it quite a lot. Alright, and back to where we were reading. Alright, let's see. At the moment that the messenger arrived, he was far too much out of breath to say a word, and could only wave his hands about and make the most fearful of faces at the poor king. This young lady loves you with an H, said the king, introducing Alice in the hope of turning off the messenger's attention from himself. But it was of no use. The Anglo and Saxon attitudes only got more extraordinary each moment. With great eyes rolled wildly from side to side. You alarm me, said the king. I feel faint. Give me a ham sandwich. On which the messenger, to Alice's great amusement, opened a bag that hung round his neck and handed a sandwich to the king, who devoured it greedily. Another sandwich, said the king. There's nothing but hay left now, the messenger said, peeping into the bag. Hay, then. When I use my channel points, it ends with a 3-minute per. Sometimes. I'm just glad that you guys remind me that I need to stretch and drink, because I would not do either one of those. Thank you for keeping my otter Tamagotchi ass alive. Thank you.
Hey, then, the king murmured in a faint whisper. Alice was glad to see that it revived him a good deal. There's nothing like eating hay when you're faint, he remarked to her as he munched away. I should think that throwing cold water on you would be better, Alice suggested, or some sal volatile. I didn't say there was nothing better, the king replied. I said there was nothing like it, which Alice did not venture to deny. Who did you pass on the road? The king went on, holding out his hand to the messenger for some hay. Nobody, said the messenger. Quite right, said the king. This young lady saw him too, so of course nobody walks slower than you. I do my best, the messenger said in a sullen tone. I'm sure nobody walks much faster than I do. He can't do that, said the king, or else he'd have to be here first. However, now that you've got your breath, and you may tell us what happened in town. I'll whisper it, said the messenger, putting his hand to his mouth in the shape of a trumpet and stooping so as to get close to the king's ear. Alice was sorry for this, as she wanted to hear the news too. However, instead of whispering, he simply shouted at the top of his voice, They're at it again! Do you call that a whisper? Cried the king, jumping up and shaking himself. If you do such a thing again, I'll have you buttered. I went through and through with my head like an earthquake. I would have to be a very tiny earthquake, thought Alice. Who were at it again? She ventured to ask. Why, the lion and the unicorn, of course, said the king. Fighting for the crown? Yes, to be sure, said the king. And the best of the joke is, it's my crown all the while. Let's run and see them. As they trotted off, Alice repeating to herself as she ran the words of an old song. The lion and the unicorn were fighting for the crown. The lion beat the unicorn, and all around the town, some gave them white bread, some gave them brown, some gave them plum cake, and drummed them out of town. Does the one that wins get the crown? She asked, as well as she could, for the run was putting her quite out of breath. Dear me, no, said the king. What an idea. Would you be good enough, Alice panted after running a little further, to stop a minute, just for me to get one's breath? I'm good enough, the king said, only I'm not strong enough, you see. A minute goes by so vividly quick. You might as well try and stop a bandersnatch. Alice had no more breath for talking, so they trotted on in silence till they came about the side of a great crowd, in the middle of which a lion and a unicorn were fighting. They were in such a cloud of dust that first Alice's glance could not make out which was which, but she soon managed to distinguish the unicorn by its horn. They placed themselves close to where Hatter and the other messenger was standing to watch the fight, with a cup of tea in one hand and a piece of bread and butter in the other. "He's only just out of prison, and hasn't even finished his tea when he was set in," Hagatha whispered to Alice, "and they've only given him oyster shells there, so you see he's very hungry and very thirsty. How are you, dear child?" he went on, putting his arm affectionately around Hatter's neck. Hatter looked around and nodded and went on with his bread and butter. "Were you happy in prison, dear child?" said Hagatha. Hatter looked around once more, and at this time a tear or two trickled down his cheek. Not a word, he would say. "Speak, can't you?" Hagatha cried impatiently, but Hatter only munched away and drank some more tea. "Speak, won't you?" cried the king. "How did they get on with this fight?" Hatter made a desperate effort, but swallowed a very large piece of bread and butter. "They're getting on quite very well," he said, as in a choking voice. "Each of them has been down about 7 or 8 times. Though I suppose it will soon bring about the white bread and the brown," Alice ventured to remark. "It's waiting for them now," said Hatter. This is a bit of it as I'm eating." There was a pause in the fight, and just then the lion and the unicorn sat down panting, while the king called out, "10 minutes allowed for refreshments." Hagatha and Hatter set to work once, copying around trays of white and brown bread. Alice took a piece to taste, but it was very dry. "I don't think they'll fight any more today," the king said to Hatter. "Go around and order the drums to begin," and Hatter went bounding away like a grasshopper. "Hello, Crestchat Man. Hello, hello, hello. Lovely to see you. We are reading Through the Looking Glass, Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, Part 2, Electric Boogaloo." For a minute or two, Alice stood silent, watching him. Suddenly she brought up, "Look, look," she cried, pointing eagerly. "There's the White Queen running across the country. She came flying out of the wood over yonder. How fast those queens can run!" "There is some enemy after her, no doubt," the king said, without even looking round. "The wood's full of them." "But aren't you going to run and help her?" Alice asked, very much surprised that the king is taking this so quietly. No use," said the king. "She runs so fearfully quick, you might as well try and catch a bandersnatch. But I'll make a memorandum about her if you'd like. She's a dear good creature," he replied softly to himself as he opened his memorandum book. "You spell creature with a double E." At this moment the unicorn sauntered by them, with his hands in his pockets. "I had the best of this time," he said to the king, and just grimaced at him as he passed. A little. The king replied rather nervously. "You shouldn't have run him through with your horn, you know. It didn't hurt him," the unicorn said carelessly, and he was going on when his eye happened to fall upon Alice, who turned round instantly and stood for some time looking at her with an air of deepest disgust. "What is this?" he said at last. "This is a child," Hagatha replied eagerly, coming up the front of Alice and introducing her and spreading out both his hands towards her in an Anglo-Saxon attitude. "We only found it today, as large as life and as quite as natural. I always thought they were fabulous monsters," said the unicorn. "Is it alive?" "It can talk," said Hagatha solemnly. The unicorn looked dreamily at Alice and said, "Talk, child." Alice did not help her lips curling into a smile as she began. "Do you know, I always thought unicorns were fabulous monsters too. I never saw one alive before." "Well, now that we have seen each other," the unicorn said, "if you believe me, I'll believe in you. Is that a bargain?" "Yes, if you like," said Alice. "Come, fetch the plum cake, old man," the unicorn went on, turning from her to the king. "None of your brown bread for me." Certainly, the king muttered, and beckoned down to Hagatha. "Over the bag," he whispered. "Quick, not that one. That one's full of hay." Hagatha took a large cake out of the bag and gave it to Alice to hold, and while he got out a dish and a carving knife, how they all became out of Alice he couldn't guess. It was just like a conjuring trick, she thought. The lion had joined them while this was going on, and looked very tired and sleepy. His eyes were in fact half shut. "Hello, King Dumpster Dracula. Hello, hello, hello. We are reading Through the Looking Glass. We are on chapter 7, The Lion and the Unicorn." "What's this?" he said, blindly, blinking lazily at Alice, and speaking in a deep, hollow tone that sounded like the tolling of a great bell. "Ah, what is it now?" the unicorn cried eagerly. "You'll never guess. I couldn't." The lion looked at Alice wearily. "Are you an animal, a vegetable, or a mineral?" he said, yawning every other word. "It's a fabulous monster," the unicorn cried out before Alice could reply. "Then hand round the plum cake, monster," the lion said, lying down, putting his chin on his paws. "And sit down, both of you," to the king and to the unicorn. "Fair play with the cake, you know." The king was evidently very uncomfortable having to sit down between two great creatures, but there was none other place for him. What a fight we must have for the crown now, the unicorn said, looking slyly at the crown, to which the poor king was nearly shaking off his head as he trembled so much. I should win easily, said the lion. I'm not sure of that, said the unicorn. Why, I beat you all around the clock, you chicken, the lion replied angrily, half getting up as he spoke. Here the king interrupted to prevent the quarrel from going on. He was very nervous, and his voice quite quivered. All around the town, he said. Oh, that's a good long way. Did you go by the old bridge or the marketplace? No, you get the best view by the old bridge. I'm sure I don't know, the lion growled out as he laid down. There was too much dust to see anything. What time the monster is cutting up that cake? Alice had seated herself on the bank of the little brook with a great dish on her knees and was sawing away diligently with a knife. It's very provoking, she said, in reply to the lion. She was getting quite used to being called the monster. I've cut several slices already, but they always join in again. You don't know how to manage looking-glass cakes, said the unicorn. Hand it round first, then cut it afterwards. This sounded like nonsense, but Alice very obediently got up and carried the dish around, and the cake divided itself into 3 pieces as she did. Now, cut it up, said the lion as she returned to her plate with an empty dish. I say this isn't fair, cried the unicorn. Alice sat with a knife in her hand, very much puzzled how it would begin. The monster has given the lion twice as much as me. She's kept none for herself, anyhow, said the lion. Do you not like plum cake, monster? Before Alice could answer him, the drums began. Where the noises came from she couldn't make out, and the air seemed full of it, and it rang through and through her head until she felt quite deafened. She started to her feet and sprang across the little brook in her terror, and had just come to see the lion and the unicorn to rise to their feet with angry looks at being interrupted by their feast before she dropped to her knees and put her hands over her ears, violently trying to shut out the dreadful uproar. If that doesn't drum them out of town, she thought herself, nothing ever will. All right, Chapter 8. It's my own invention. After a while, the noise seemed gradually to die away, till all was dead silence, and Alice lifted up her head in some alarm. There was no one to be seen, and her first thought was that she must have been dreaming about the lion and the unicorn and those queer Anglo-Saxon messengers. However, there was a great dish still lying at her feet on which she had tried to cut the plum cake. So I wasn't dreaming after all, she said to herself. Unless we're all a part of the same dream. Only I do hope it's my dream and not the Red King's. I don't like belonging to another person's dream, she went on a rather complaining tone. I have a great mind to go and wake him up and see what happens. In this moment her thoughts were interrupted by loud shouting of, Ahoy! Ahoy, Jack! And in a knight dressed in crimson armor came galloping down on her, brandishing a great club. As he reached her, the horse stopped suddenly. You're my prisoner, the knight cried as he tumbled off his horse. Startled as she was, the Alice was more frightened for him than for herself at the moment, as when she watched him with anxiety as he mounted again. As soon as he was comfortably in the saddle, he began once more, You're my, and then another voice broke out, Ahoy! Ahoy, Jack! And Alice looked around with some surprise at the new enemy. This time it was the White Knight. He drew up Alice's side and tumbled off his horse, just as the Red Knight had. Hello, Robber Road. We are doing well. We are doing reading of the Looking Glass. ASMOtter. We are right now on Chapter 8, My Own Invention. As the Red Knight had done. Then he got on again, and the 2 knights sat and looked at each other for some time without speaking. Alice looked from one to the other in bewilderment. She's my prisoner, you know, the Red Knight said at last. Yes, but I came and rescued her, the White Knight replied. Well, we must fight for her then, said the Red Knight, as soon as he took up his helmet, which hung from the saddle, and it was something in the shape of a horse's head, and put on. You will reserve the rules of battle, of course. You will observe the rules of battle, of course, the White Knight remarked, putting on his helmet too. I always do, said the Red Knight, as they began banging away at each other in such a fury that Alice got behind a tree to be put out of the way of the blows. I wonder now what the rules of battle are, she said to herself as she watched the fight, timidly peeping out from her hiding place. One rule seems to be that if one of the knights hits the other, he knocks him off his horse, and if he misses, he tumbles off himself. And another rule seems to be if they hold their clubs with their arms as if they were Punch and Judy. What noise they make when they tumble! It's just like a whole set of fire irons filing into the fender. And how quiet the horses are. They let them get on and get off as just as if they were tables. Another rule of battle that Alice had not noticed seemed to be that they always fell on their heads, and the battle ended with both falling off this way side by side. When they got up again, they shook hands, and the Red Knight mounted and galloped off. It was a glorious victory, wasn't it? Said the White Knight as he came up panting. I don't know, Alice said doubtfully. I don't want to be anybody's prisoner. I want to be a queen. So you will be. When you have crossed the next brook, said the White Knight, I will see you safely to the end of the wood. and then I must go back, you know. That is the end of my move. Thank you very much, said Alice. May I help you off with your helmet? It was evidently more than he could manage by himself. However, she managed to shake him out of it at last. Now one can breathe more easily, said the knight, putting back on his shaggy hair with both hands and turning his gentle face and large, mild-eyed Alice. Her thoughts is that she had never seen such a strange-looking soldier in all of her life. He was dressed in tin armor, which seemed to fit very badly, and he had a queer-shaped little deal box fastened to his shoulders upside down with the lid hanging open. Alice looked at it with great curiosity. I see you are admiring my little box, the knight said in a friendly tone. It is my own invention to keep clothes and sandwiches in. You see, I carry it upside down so the rain can't get in. But the things can get out, Alice gently remarked. Do you know where the lid's open? I didn't know it, the knight said, a shame of vexation passing over the face. And all the things must have fallen out, and the box is no use without them. He unfastened it as he spoke, as he was sitting to throw it in the bushes with a sudden thought that seemed to strike him, and he hung it carefully in a tree. Can you guess why I did that? He said to Alice. Alice shook her head, in hopes that some bees may make a nest in it, and that I should get the honey. But you've got a beehive, or something like that, fastened to the saddle, said Alice. Yes, it's a very good beehive, the knight said in a discontented tone. One of the best kind, but not a single bee has come near it yet. And the other thing is the mouse trap, I suppose. The mouse keeps the bees out, or the bees keep the mice out. I don't really know which. I was wondering about the mouse trap was for, said Alice. It wasn't very likely that there'd be any mice on the horse's back. Not very likely, perhaps, the knight said, but if they do come, I choose to have them not running about. You see, he went on after a pause, it is well to be provided for everything. That is the reason that a horse has all those anklets around for its feet. But what are they for? Asked Alice with a great tone of curiosity. To guard against the bites of sharks, the knight replied. It's an invention of my own, and now you will help me on. I'll go you to the end of the wood. What is that dish for? It's meant for plum cake, said Alice. Better take it with us, said the knight. It'll come in handy if we find any plum cake. Help me to get into this bag. This took a long time to manage, though Alice had held the bag open very carefully because the knight was so very awkward in putting in the dish. The first 2 or 3 times that he tried, he fell himself instead. It's rather tight fit, you see here, he said as he got in at last. There are so many candlesticks in the bag, and he hung it to his saddle, which is already loaded with bunches of carrots and fire rinds and many other things. I hope you've got your hair well fastened on, he continued as they set off. Only in the usual way, Alice said, smiling. That's hardly enough, he said anxiously. You see, the wind is very strong here. It's as strong as soup. Have you invented a plan for keeping hair from being blown off? Alice inquired. Not yet, said the knight, but I've got a plan for keeping up with it from falling off. I should like to hear it very much. First you must sit upright. First you take an upright stick, said the knight, and then you make your hair creep up on it like a fruit tree. Now the reason that the hair falls off is because it hangs down. Things that never fall upwards, you know, it's like a plan of my own invention. You might try it if you like. It didn't sound a comfortable plan, Alice thought, and for a few minutes she walked on in silence, puzzling over the idea, and every now and then stopping to help the poor knight, who certainly was not a good rider, whenever the horse stopped, which it did quite often. He fell off in front, and whenever it went down again, which it generally did, rather suddenly, he'd fall off behind. Otherwise he kept up pretty well, except that he had a habit of now and then falling off sideways, and as he generally did this one side to another, which would be where Alice was walking, she soon found that she was best planned not to walk quite so close to the horse. I'm afraid you've not had much practice in riding, she ventured to say as she was helping him up from the 5th tumble. The knight looked very surprised and a little offended at the remark. What makes you say that? He asked as he scrambled back onto the saddle, keeping a hold of Alice's hair with one hand to save himself from falling over to the other side. Because people don't fall off quite so often when they've had much practice. I've had plenty of practice, said the knight. He said very gravely, plenty of practice. Alice couldn't think of nothing better to say than indeed, but she said it hardly as she could, and went a little way in silence at this, the knight with his eyes shut, muttering to himself, and Alice watching anxiously for the next tumble. The great art of riding, the knight suddenly spoke, began in a loud voice, waving his right arm. It is to keep... Here the sentence ended suddenly, as it had begun, as the knight had fallen heavily on top of his head, exactly into the path where Alice was walking. She was quite frightened at this time, and said in an anxious tone as she picked him up, I hope no bones are broken. None to speak of, the knight said. If you didn't mind breaking 2 or 3 of them, there's a great art of riding, as I was saying, to keep your balance properly, like this, you know. He let go of the bridle and stretched out both of his arms to show Alice what he meant, and this time he fell flat on his back, right underneath the horse's feet. Plenty of practice, he went on repeating, all the time that Alice was getting him on his feet again. Plenty of practice. It's too ridiculous, cried Alice, losing all of her patience this time. You ought to have a wooden horse on wheels, that you ought. Does that kind go smoothly? The knight asked in a great interest, clasping his arms around the horse's neck as he spoke, just in time to save himself from tumbling off once more. Much more smoothly than a live one, Alice said, with a little scream of laughter, in spite of all she could do to prevent it. I'll get one, the knight said thoroughly to himself. One, or two, or several. There's a short silence after this, and the knight went on again. I'm a great hand at inventing things. Now, I dare say you noticed the last time you picked me up that I was looking rather thoughtful. You were a little grave, said Alice. Well, then I was inventing a new way of getting over a gate. Would you like to hear it? Very much indeed, Alice said politely. I'd like to know how you came to think of it, said the knight. You see, I said to myself, the only difficulty with feet, the head is high enough already. Now first I put my head on top of the gate, and then the head's high enough, and then I stand on my head, and then the feet are high enough, you see. Then I'm over it. Yes, I suppose you would be when that would be done, Alice said thoughtfully, but I don't think it would be don't you think it would be rather hard? I haven't tried yet, said the knight gravely, so I can't tell for certain, but I'm afraid it would be a little hard. He looked vexed at the idea that Alice changed the subject hastily. What a curious helmet you have, she said cheerfully. Is that your invention too? The knight looked down proudly at his helmet, which hung from the saddle. Yes, he said, but I've invented a better one than that, like a sugar loaf. When I used to wear it, if I fell off the horse, it always touched the ground directly, so I had a very little way to fall. You see, there was always danger of falling into it, to be sure, but that happened to me once, and the worst of all, it was before I could get out again. The other white knight came and put it on. He thought that it was his own helmet. The knight looked so solemn about it that Alice did not dare laugh. I'm afraid you must have hurt him, she said in a trembling voice, being on top of his head. I had to kick him, of course, the knight said very seriously, and then he took his helmet off again, but it took hours and hours to get me out. I was as fast as lightning, you know. But that's a different kind of fastness, Alice objected. The knight shook his head. It was all kinds of fastness with me, I can assure you, he said, raising his hands to some excitement as he said this, and instantly rolled out of the saddle and fell headlong into a deep ditch. Alice ran to the side of the ditch to look for him. She was rather startled by the fall, and for some time he had kept on very well. She was afraid that he really was hurt this time. However, though she could not see anything but the soles of his feet, she was much more relieved to hear that he was talking in his usual tone. All kinds of fastness, he repeated, but it was careless of him to put another man's helmet on with the man in it too. How can you go on talking so quietly, head downwards? Alice asked as she dragged him out by his feet and laid him onto the heap of the bank. The knight looked surprised at the question. What does it matter where my body happens to be, he said. My mind goes working all the time. In fact, the more head downwards I am, the more I keep inventing new things. The cleverest thing of the sort that I ever did, he went on after a pause, was inventing a new pudding during the meat course. In time to have it cooked for the next course, said Alice. Well, that was quite quick, certainly. Well, not the next course, said the knight in a slow, thoughtful tone. No, certainly not the next course. Then that would have to be the next day, I suppose. Wouldn't have two pudding courses and one dinner. Well, not the next day, the knight repeated as before. Not the next day, in fact, he went on, holding his head down and his voice getting lower and lower. I don't believe that pudding ever was cooked. In fact, I don't believe that pudding ever will be cooked. And yet, if it was a very clever pudding to invent. What do you mean it to be made of? Alice asked, hoping to cheer him up. The poor knight seemed quite low-spirited to begin about. It began with blotting paper, the knight answered with a groan. That wouldn't be very nice, I'm afraid. Not very nice alone, he interrupted, quite eagerly, but you've no idea the difference it makes mixing it with other things, such as gunpowder, sealing wax, and here I must have you. They had come to the end of the wood. Oh, here I must leave you. They had come to the end of the wood. Alice only looked puzzled. She was thinking of the pudding. You are sad, the knight said in an anxious tone. Let me sing you a song to comfort you. Is it very long? Alice asked, for she had heard a good deal of poetry that day. It's long, said the knight, but it's very, very beautiful. Everybody hears me sing it, either brings them to tears in their eyes or else. Or else what? Said Alice, for the knight had made a sudden pause. Or else it doesn't. You know, the name of the song is Hadlock's Eyes. Ah, the name of the song is it, Alice said, trying not to feel interested. No, you don't understand, the knight said, looking a little vexed. That's what the name is called. The name really is the aged man. Then I thought to have said, that's what the song is called, Alice corrected herself. No, you ought. That's quite another thing. The song is The Ways of Means, but only what it is called, you know. Well, what is the song, then? said Alice, who was by the time completely bewildered. I was coming to that, Knight said. The song really is a sitting on a gate, and the tune is my own invention. So saying that, he stopped his horse and let the reins fall at its neck, then slowly beating time with one hand, and with a faint smile lighting up his gentle, foolish face as he enjoyed the music of his song, he began. Of all the strange things that Alice saw on her journey through the looking glass, this is one that she always remembered the most clearly. Years afterwards, she could bring the whole scene back again if it had been only yesterday. The mild blue eyes and the kindly smile of the knight, and the setting sun gleaming through his hair and shining on his armor in a blaze of light that quite dazzled her, the horse gently moving about, with the reins hanging loose on its neck, cropping at the grass at her feet, and the black shadows of the forest behind her. As she took in the picture, with one hand shadowing her eyes, she leant against the tree, watching the strange pair and listening in a half-dream to the melancholy music of the song. But the tune isn't his own invention, she said to herself. It's I give thee all, I can no more. She stood and listened very attentively, but no tears came to her eyes. I'll tell thee everything I can. There's little to relate. I saw an aged man a-sitting on a gate. Who are you, aged man? I said, and how is it you live? His answer trickled through his head like water through a sieve. He said, I look for butterflies that sleep among the wheat. I make them into mutton pies and sell them in the street. I sell them unto men, he said, who sail on stormy seas. And that's the way of life. I get my bread a trifle, if you please. But I was thinking of a plan to dye one's whiskers green, and always use a large fan, that they could not be seen. So having no reply to give to what the old man said, I cried, Come tell me how you live, and thumped him on the head. His accent smiled upon the tale. He said, I go many ways, and when I find the mountains real, I set it all ablaze. And thence they make of stuff to call Roland's master oil. The 2-piece halfpenny is all they give me for my toil. But I was thinking of a way to feed myself on batter, and so go from that day to day, getting a little fatter. I shook him well from side to side until his face was blue. Come tell me how you live, I cried, and what is it you do? He said, I hunt for hadlock's eyes among the heather bright, and work them into waistcoat buttons in the silent night. And then I do not sell for gold or coins of silver shine, but of copper halfpennies, and what will purchase 9. I sometimes dig for buttered rolls, or set the lime twigs for crabs, and sometimes search the grassy knolls for wreaths of handsome crabs. And that's the way, he gave a wink, by which I get my wealth, and very gladly I will drink your honour's noble health. I heard him then, for had I just completed my design, to keep the Menai's bridge from rust by boiling it in wine. I yanked him much for telling me the way he got his wealth, but chiefly his wish was that he might to drink to noble health. And now I ere by chance to put my fingers into glue, a mighty squeeze of right-hand foot into a left-hand shoe, or if I drop upon my toe a very heavy weight, I weep, for it reminds me so of the old man I used to know, whose looks was mild, whose speech was slow, whose hair was whiter than the snow, whose face was very like a crow, with eyes like cinders all aglow, who seemed distracted with his woe, who rocked his body to and fro, and muttered mumbling and low, of his mouth were full of dough, who snorted like a buffalo, that summer so evening long ago, a-sitting on a gate. As the knight sang the last words of the ballad, he gathered up his reins, and turned to the horse head among the road of which that they had came. You only a few yards to go, he said, down the hill and over there. That little brook, and then you'll be a queen. But you'll stay and see me off first, he added to Alice, turned with eager to look in the direction to which he had pointed. I shan't be long. You'll wait and wave your handkerchief when I get to that turn on the road. I think it'll encourage me, you see. Of course I'll wait, said Alice, and thank you very much for coming so far. For the song, I liked it very much. I hope so, the knight said doubtfully, but you didn't think to cry so much as I thought you would. So they shook hands, and the knight rode off slowly away into the forest. It won't take long to see him off, I expect, said Alice to herself as she stood watching him. There he goes, right over his head as usual. However, he gets on again pretty easily, and that comes from having so many things hung around the horse. So she went on talking to herself as she watched the horse and watched leisurely along the road, and the knight trembling off to one side and then to the other, and then the fourth and a fifth tumble as he reached the turn, and then she waved her handkerchief to him and waited till he was out of sight. I hope it encouraged him, she said, as she turned the road down the hill. And now, at last, Brooke, I will be a queen. How grand it sounds! How very few steps brought her to the edge of the brook. The 8th square at last, she cried as she bounded across.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for that pat. I appreciate it. Thank you.
And and threw herself to lay down, rest on the lawn, soft as moss, with little flower blades dotted here and there. "Oh, how glad I am to be here, and what it is that is on my head," she exclaimed in a tone of dismay as she put her hands up, and something very heavy that had fitted tight around her head. "But how can I have managed to got here without my knowing it?" she said to herself as she lifted it off and set it on her lap, to make out what it could possibly. It was a golden crown. Alright, we are on chapter 9, Queen Alice. "Well, this is grand," said Alice. "I never expected I should be queen so soon. And I'll tell you what it is, your majesty," she went on in a severe tone. She was always rather fond of scolding herself. "I'll never do for you any lolling about on grass like that. Queens have to be dignified, you know." Thank you, Thomas. I will take a drink of hot water. Thank you very much." I think this is the last chapter. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, there's not much left. There's only seems to be about 2 chapters left, so we will be probably finishing it rather quickly. I love story time. Me too. I'm having a lot of fun doing story time. So she got up and walked rather stiffly just as first, as she was afraid the crown might come off. But she comforted herself with the thought that it was nobody to see her. "If I really am a queen," she said as she sat down, "I shall be able to manage it quite well in time." Everything was happening so oddly that she didn't feel a bit surprised to find the Red Queen and the White Queen sitting so close to her, one on each side. She would have liked very much to ask them how they came to be here, but she feared it would not be quite civil. However, there would be no harm, she thought, in asking if the game was over. "Please, would you tell me," she began, looking timidly at the Red Queen. "Speak when you are spoken to," the Queen said sharply, interrupting her. "But if everybody obeyed that rule," said Alice, who was always ready for a little argument, "and if you only spoke when you were spoken to, then the other person always waited for you to begin, so that nobody would ever say anything." "Ridiculous!" cried the Queen. "Why, don't you see, child?" They both broke off with a frown, and after thinking a minute, suddenly changed the subject of the conversation. "What do you mean by if you really are a queen? What right have you to call yourself so? You can't be queen, you know, until you've passed the proper examination, and the sooner we begin it, the better." "I only said if," poor Alice pleaded in a piteous tone. The 2 queens looked at each other, and the Red Queen remarked with a little shudder, "She says the only said if." "But if she did a great deal more than that," the White Queen moaned, wringing her hands, "ever so much more than that." "So you did know," the Red Queen said to Alice. "Always speak the truth, and think before you speak, and write it down afterwards." "I'm sure I didn't mean," Alice was beginning, and the Red Queen interrupted her impatiently. "That's what I complain of. You should have meant. What do you suppose that is use of a child without any meaning? Even a joke should have some meaning. A child's more important than a joke, I hope. You can't deny that, even if I tied both your hands." "I don't deny things with my hands," Alice objected. "Nobody said you did," said the Red Queen. "I said you couldn't if you tried." "She's in that state of mind," said the White Queen. "She wants to deny something, only she doesn't know what to deny." "A nasty and vicious temper," the Red Queen remarked, and there were 2 uncomfortable silences a minute. The Red Queen broke the silence by saying to the White Queen, "I invite you to Alice's dinner party this afternoon." The White Queen smiled feebly and said, "And I invite you." "I don't know how I was to have a dinner party at all," said Alice, "but if there is to be one, I think I ought to invite my guests." "We've given you the opportunity of doing it," the Red Queen remarked, "but I dare say you've not had many lessons in manners yet." "Manners are not taught in lessons," said Alice. "Lessons teach you to do sums and things of that sort." "Can you do addition?" said the White Queen. "Well, 1 and 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 1. "I don't know," said Alice. "I lost count." "She can't do addition," the Red Queen interrupted. "Can you do subtraction? Take 9 from 8. 9 from 8 I can't, you know," Alice replied very readily. "But she can do subtractions," said the White Queen. "Can you do division? Divide a loaf by a knife. What's the answer to that?" "I suppose," Alice said, beginning, the Red Queen answered for her. "Bread and butter, of course. Try a subtraction sum. Take the bone from a dog, and what remains? The bone wouldn't remain, of course. I took it from the dog, and the dog wouldn't remain if it wouldn't, as it would come to bite me, and I'm sure I shouldn't remain." "Then you think that nothing will remain," said the Red Queen. "I think that's the answer." "Wrong as usual," said the Red Queen. "The dog's temper would remain." "But I don't see how—" "Why, look there," the Red Queen inquired. "The dog would lose its temper, wouldn't it?" "Perhaps it would," Alice replied cautiously. "Then if the dog went away, its temper would remain," the Queen exclaimed triumphantly. Alice said as gravely as she could, "They might go different ways," but she couldn't help thinking to herself, "What dreadful nonsense we are talking." "She can't do sums a bit," the Queen said together with great emphasis. "Can you do sums?" Alice said, turning suddenly on the White Queen, for she didn't like being found fault with so much. The Queen gasped and shut her eyes. "I can do addition," she said. "If you give me time, I can't do subtraction under any circumstances." "Of course, you know your ABC," said the Red Queen. "To be sure I do," said Alice. "So do I," the Red Queen whispered. "We often say it over together, dear. And I'll tell you a secret. I can read words of one letter. Isn't that grand? However, don't be discouraged. You'll come to it again." The Red Queen began again. "Can you answer useful questions?" she said. "How is bread made?" "I know that," Alice cried eagerly. "You take some flour." "Where do you pick the flour?" the White Queen asked. "Is it a garden or in the hedges?" "Well, it isn't picked at all," answered Brain. "It's ground." "How many acres of ground?" said the White Queen. "You mustn't leave out so many things." "Fan her head," the Red Queen anxiously interrupted. "She'll be feverish after so much thinking." So that they set to work and fanned her with bunches of leaves till she had to beg them to leave off, as it blew her hair out so. "See, she's all right again," said the Red Queen. "Do you know languages? What is the French for fiddle-dee-dee?" "Fiddle-dee-dee, not English." "Fiddle-dee-dee is not English," Alice replied gravely. "Whoever said it was?" the Red Queen stated. Alice thought that she saw a way out of the difficulty in time. "If you tell me what language fiddle-dee-dee is, I will tell you the French for it," she exclaimed triumphantly. But the Red Queen drew herself up rather stiffly and said, "Queens never make bargains." "I wish queens never asked Anne's questions," Alice said to herself. "Don't let us quarrel," said the White Queen in an anxious tone. "What is the cause of lightning?" "The cause of lightning," Alice said very decidedly, for she felt quite certain about this, "is the thunder." No, she hastily corrected herself. "I meant the other way." "It's too late to correct it," said the Red Queen. "When you've once said a thing, it fixes it, and you must take the consequences." "Which reminds me," the White Queen said, looked down, nervously clasping and unclasping her hands. "We had such a thunderstorm last Tuesday. I mean, one of the last sets of Tuesdays, you know." Alice puzzled. "In our country," she remarked, "there's only one day at a time." The Red Queen said, "That's a poor, thin way of doing things. Now here we mostly have our days and nights 2 or 3 at a time, and sometimes in the winter we take as many as 5 nights together for warmth. 5 nights warmer than 1 night, then," Alice ventured to ask. "5 times as warm, of course. But then they should be 5 times as cold by the same rule." "Just so," said the Red Queen. "5 times as warm and 5 times as cold, just as I'm 5 times as rich as you and 5 times as clever." Alice sighed and gave up. "It's exactly like a riddle with no answer," she thought. "Humpty Dumpty saw it too," said the White Queen as in a low voice, as more she was talking to herself. "He came to the door with a corkscrew in his hand." What did he want?" said the Red Queen. "He said he would come in," the White Queen went on, "because he was looking for a hippopotamus. Now, as it happened, there wasn't such a thing in the house that morning." "Is there generally?" Alice asked with an astonished tone. Hello, Biam. Good morning to you. I hope that you are going to have a wonderful and lovely day." Mm-hmm. "It is night time for me. It is quite late in the evening." "Well, only on Tuesday," said the Queen. "I know what he came for," said Alice. "He wanted to punish the fish because—" Here the White Queen began again. "It was such a thunderstorm, you can't think. She never could, you know," said the Red Queen. "Part of the roof came off, and ever so much thunder got in and went rolling around the room in great lumps, and knocking over tables and things until I was so frightened I couldn't remember my own name." Alice thought to herself, "I never should try to remember my name in the middle of an accident. What would be the use of it?" But she did not say this out loud for fear of hurting the poor Queen's feelings. "Your Majesty must excuse her," the Red Queen said to Alice, taking one of the White Queen's hands in her own and gently stroking it. "She means well, but she can't help saying foolish things as a general rule." The White Queen looked timidly at Alice, who had felt she ought to say something kind, but really couldn't think of anything at the moment. "She never was really well brought up," the Red Queen went on, "but it's amazing how good-tempered she is. Pat her on the head and see how pleased she'll be." "Am I the White Queen?" "Pat me on the head, and I will also be pleased." "No, seriously. Give Pat. Hi, Drip. Lovely to see you. We are reading Alice in Wonderland through the Looking Glass. We are on Queen Alice. We have been through quite an adventure, and Alice has finally become a queen. But this is more than Alice had the courage to do. A little kindness and petting her hair and the papers would do wonders with her. The White Queen gave a deep sigh and laid her head on Alice's shoulder. "I am so sleepy," she moaned. "She is tired, the poor thing," said the Red Queen. Smooch her hair and let her your nightcap, and sing her a soothing lullaby. I haven't got a nightcap with me, said Alice as she tried to obey the first direction, and I don't know any soothing lullabies, but I must do so myself, said the Red Queen, and she began. Hush, a baby lady, in Alice's lap, till the feast is ready, we've time for a nap. The feast is over, we'll go to the ball, Red Queen, White Queen, Alice and all. And now you know the words, she added as she put her head down into Alice's other shoulder. Just sing it thorough to me. I'm getting sleepy too. Another moment, the both queens were fast asleep, snoring aloud. What am I to do? Exclaimed Alice, looking about in great perplexity, as her one round head and then the other rolled from her shoulder and laid heavy and lump in her lap. I don't think it ever happened before that anyone had to take care of two queens asleep at once. Not in all the history of England it couldn't, you know, because there never was more than one queen at a time. Don't wake up, you heavy thing, she went on in an impertinent tone, but there was no answer but gentle snoring. The snoring got more distinct every minute and sounded more like a tune. At least even she could make out words, and she listened eagerly. That one of the giant heads suddenly vanished from her lap, and she hardly missed them. She was standing before an arched doorway, which were the words Queen Alice in large letters, and one on each side of the arch there was a bell handle, and one was marked Visitor's Bell, and the other one was marked Servant's Bell. I'll wait till the song's over, thought Alice, and then I'll ring the bell. Which bell must I ring? She went on, very puzzled by the names. I'm not a visitor, and I am not a servant. There ought to be one marked Queen, you know. Just then the door opened a little way, and a creature with a long beak poked out its head for a moment and said, No admittance until the week after next, and shut the door with a bang. Alice knocked and rang in vain for a long time, but at least the very old frog who was sitting under a tree got up and hobbled slowly towards her. He was dressed in bright yellow and had enormous boots on. What is it now? The frog said in a deep, hoarse whisper. Alice turned round, ready to find fault with anybody. Where's the servant whose business it is to answer the door? She began angrily. What door? Alice almost stamped with irritation at the slow drawl in which he spoke. This door, of course. The frog looked at the door with his rather large, dull eyes for a moment, and he went nearer and rubbed it with his thumb as if he were trying to whether the paint it would come off. And then he looked at Alice. To answer the door, he said, what has it been asking of? He was so hoarse that Alice could scarcely hear him. I don't know what that means, she said. I speak English, doesn't I? The frog went on. Or are you deaf? What did I ask you? Nothing, Alice said impertinently. You've been knocking at it. Shouldn't do that, the frog muttered. Waxes it, you know. Then he went up and gave the door a kick with one of his great feet. You let it alone, he panted out as he hobbled back to the tree. And it'll let you know. It'll let you alone, you know. And from the moment the door was flung open, and a shrill voice was heard singing, To the looking-glass world, was it that Alice said, in a sceptre in hand, I have a crown upon my head, let the looking-glass creatures, wherever they be, come and dine with the Red Queen, White Queen, and me. And hundreds of voices joined the chorus, till fill up the glasses as quick as you can, and sprinkle the table with buttons and bran, put cats in the coffee and mice in the tea, and welcome our Queen Alice with 30 times 3. There followed the confusing noise of cheering, and Alice thought to herself, 30 times 3 makes 90. I wonder if anyone's counting. In the moment there was silence, and then the same shrill voice sang in the other verse. O looking as creatures, and quoth Alice, draw near, the honour to see me, and favour to hear. 'Tis a privilege and a high to have a dinner with tea, along with the Red Queen, White Queen, and me. Then came the chorus again. Then fill up the glasses with tentacle and ink, and anyone else who is pleasant to drink. Mix sand with the cider, and wool with the wine, and welcome the Queen Alice with 90 times 9. 90 times 9, Alice repeated in despair. Oh, that will never be done. I'd better go at once. And she went in, and there was a dead silence the moment she appeared. Alice glanced nervously among the table as she walked up to the large hall, noticing there were about 50 guests in all kinds. Some were animals, some birds, some were even few flower among them. I'm glad they've come without waiting to be asked, she thought. I should have known that who were the right people to invite. There were 3 chairs at the end of the table. The Red Queen and the White Queen had already taken 2 of them, but the middle one was empty. Alice sat down, rather uncomfortable in silence, and longing for someone to speak. At last the Red Queen began. You missed the soup and fish, she said. Put on the joint. And the waiter set a leg of mutton before Alice, who then looked rather anxiously, as though she had never had to carve a joint before. You look a little shy. Let me introduce you to the leg of mutton, said the Red Queen. Alice, mutton, Alice. The leg of mutton got up in the dish and made a little bow to Alice, and Alice returned the bow, not knowing whether to be frightened or amused. "May I give you a slice?" she said, taking up the knife and fork and looking from one queen to another. "Certainly not," said the Red Queen very decidedly. "It isn't etiquette to cut anyone once you've been introduced to you. Remove the joint." And then the waitress carried it off and brought a large plum pudding in its place. "I won't be introduced to the plum pudding, please," Alice said rather hastily, "or we'll get no dinner at all. May I give you some?" But the Red Queen looked sulkily and growled, "Pudding, Alice, pudding, remove the pudding." And the waitress took it away so quickly that Alice couldn't return its bow. However, she didn't see why the Red Queen should be the only one to give orders, so as an experiment she called out, "Waiter, bring back the pudding," and there was, again in a moment, like a conjuring trick. It was so large that she couldn't help but feeling a little shy with it, as she had been with the mutton. However, she conquered her shyness with great effort and cut a slice and handed it to the Red Queen. "What impertinence," said the pudding. "I wonder how you would like it if I sliced you, you creature." It spoke in a thick, suey sort of voice that Alice hadn't a word to say in reply. She could only sit there and look at it and gasp. "Make a remark," said the Red Queen. "It's ridiculous to leave all this conversation to the pudding." "Do you know I've had a quantity of poetry repeated to me today?" Alice began, a little frightened at finding that the moment that she opened her lips there was dead silence and all eyes were fixed upon her. "And it was a very curious thing, I think. Every poem was about fishes in some way. Do you know why there's so fond of fishes about here?" She spoke to the Red Queen, whose answer was a little wide mark of "As to fishes," she said, with a very slowly and solemnly putting her mouth closer to Alice's ear. "Her White Majesty knows a lovely riddle, all in poetry, all about fishes. Shall I repeat it?" "Her Red Majesty is very kind to mention it," the White Queen murmured into Alice's other ear, in a voice very cooing of like a pigeon. "It would be such a treat. May I?" "Please do," Alice said very politely. The White Queen laughed with delight and stroked Alice's cheeks and began. "First of the fishes must be caught. That's easy. A baby, I think, could have caught it. Next, the fish must be bought. That's easy. A penny, I think, I would have bought it. Now cook me the fish. That's easy. I will make more than a minute. Let lie in the dish. That's easy because it already is in it. Bring it up here. Let me sup. 'Tis easy to set such a dish on the table, to take a dish to cover up. Ah, it's so hard I feel I will be unable, for it holds like glue the lids into the dish, and what lies in the middle, which easiest to do, undish to cover the fish, to dish cover the riddle." "Take a minute to think about it and guess," said the Red Queen. "Meanwhile, we'll drink to your health." "To Queen Alice's health," she screamed to the top of her voice, and then all the guests began drinking directly and very queerly as she managed it. Some of them put their glasses upon their heads like extinguishers and drank that trickled down to their faces. Others upset the decanters and drank wine as it ran off the edges of the table. The three of them, who looked like kangaroos, scrambled up to the dish of roast mutton and began ever-lapping at the gravy, just like pigs in a trough, thought Alice. "You ought to return thanks to the neat speech," the Red Queen said, frowning at Alice as she spoke. "We support you, you know," but the White Queen whispered as Alice got up to do it, very obediently, doing a little frightened. "Thank you very much," they whispered and replied, "but I can do well enough without." "That wouldn't be at all the thing," the Red Queen said very decidedly, so Alice tried to submit it with a good grace. "And they did push so," she said afterwards, was telling her sister the history of the feast. "Who would have thought that they wanted to squeeze me flat? In fact, it was rather difficult for her to keep her place while she made her speech. The two queens pushed her so one on each side that they nearly lifted up into the air. "I rise to return thanks," Alice began, and she did rise as she spoke several inches, but she got hold of the edge of the table and managed to pull herself down again. "Take care of yourself," screamed the White Queen, seizing Alice's hair with both her hands. "Something's going to happen." And then Alice afterwards described it. All sorts of things happened in a moment. The candles grew up to the ceiling, looking something like a bed of brushes with fireworks on top. As to the bottles, they each took a pair of plates, which hastily fitted with wings, and so with forks and legs, and went fluttering about in all directions, and very like birds they look, Alice thought to herself as well as she could, in a dreadful confusion that was beginning. At the moment she had heard a hoarse laugh to her side, and turned to see what was the matter with the White Queen, but instead of a queen, there was a leg of mutton sitting in the chair. "Here I am," cried a voice from the soup 13, and Alice turned again just in time to see the Queen's broad, good-natured face grinning at her for a moment over the edge of the tureen before she disappeared into the soup. There was not a moment to be lost. Already several of the guests were lying down in the dishes, and the soup ladle was walking up to the table towards Alice's chair and beckoning her impatiently to get out of its way. "I can't stand it any longer," she cried, as she jumped up and seized the tablecloth with both hands. One good bowl and the plates and dishes, guests and candles, canes, came crashing down together in a heap on the floor. "And as for you," she went, turning fiercely upon the Red Queen, from whom she was to consider the cause of all the mischief. But the Queen was no longer at her side. She had been suddenly dwindled down to the size of a little doll, and now was on the table, merrily running around her after her own shawl, which was trailing behind her. At any time, Alice would have felt surprised at this, but she was far too excited to be surprised at anything now. As for you, she repeated in a cold-handed little creature as she had the very act of jumping over a bottle, which had just let upon the table. I'll shake you into a kitten, that I will. Chapter 10. Shaking. She took her off the table as she spoke, and shook her backwards and forwards with all her might. The Red Queen made no resistance whatever, only got her face very small and her eyes very large and very green, and still as Alice went on to shaking her, she kept on growing shorter and fatter and softer and rounder, and really it was a kitten after all. Your Red Majesty shouldn't purr so loud, Alice said, rubbing her eyes and addressing the kitten respectfully, yet with some severity. You woke me out of such a nice dream. And you've been alone with me, Kitty, all throughout the Looking-Glass world. Do you know it, dear? It's a very inconvenient habit of kittens, Alice once made the remark, that whenever you say to them, they always purr, even if they only purr for yes and mew for no, as a rule of sort, she said, so that one could keep that conversation. But how can you talk with a person if they always say the same thing? So this occasion the kitten only purred, and it was impossible to guess whether it meant yes or no. So Alice hurried along the chessmen on the table as she had found the Red Queen, and she had put down her knees onto the hearth-rug and put the kitty and the queen looked at each other. Now, Kitty, she cried, as she, clapping her hands triumphantly, confessed that is what you turned into. But it wouldn't look at it at all, she said. She was explaining the thing afterwards. Her sister, it looked its head away, pretending not to see it, but it looked a little ashamed of itself, so I think it must have been the Red Queen. Sit a little more stiffly, dear, Alice cried with a merry laugh, and curtsy when you remember to think of what to purr. It saves time, remember. She caught up and gave it a little kiss, in honor of having it been the Red Queen. Snowdrop, my pet, she went on, looking over her shoulder at the white kitten, which was still patiently undergoing its toilet. With Dinah having finished with your White Majesty, I wonder that must be the reason why you're so untidy in my dream. Dinah, do you really know that scrubbing the White Queen really is most disrespectful of you? And what did Dinah turn into? I wonder, she prattled on as she settled comfortably down with an elbow on the rug and her chin in her hand to watch the kitten. Tell me, Dinah, did you turn Humpty Dumpty? I think you did. However, you better not mention to your friends just yet, for I'm not sure. By the way, Kitty, if only it had really been with me in my dream, there's one thing I would have enjoyed. I had such a quantity of poetry said to me, all about fishes. Tomorrow morning you shall take a real treat. All the time of eating your breakfast, I'll repeat the walrus and the carpenter to you, and then you can make believe it's oysters, dear. Now, Kitty, let us consider who it was that dreamt it all. It's a serious question, my dear. You shouldn't go licking your paw like that, as if Dinah hadn't washed you this morning. You see, Kitty, it must have either been me or the Red Queen. He was part of my dream, of course, but when I was part of his dream, too. Was it the Red Queen, Kitty? Were you his wife? My dear, you so ought to know. Oh, Kitty, do help settle it. I'm sure your paw can wait. But the provoking kitten only began on the other paw, pretending that it hadn't occurred the question. Which do you think it was? Alright, and that is the end of the Looking-Glass. We have finished the book. So wonderfully so. I had a very fun time. But we still have a little bit of time for a stream left. So yeah, we did another one. Thank you so much for the Atawata. I appreciate it. But we do have about an hour left of stream, so I have quite a bit of things here to use. Physical triggers as well as ASMR trigger words. So I'm gonna go ahead and swap. Regular ASMR time now. Well, I have newer stuff. You don't get the new stuff yet. You don't get all the new stuff, just some of the newer stuff. Like this thing of liquid lip. I bought it at the same time as I bought the mascara ones. Welcome aboard Zoro Roro Noa Sanotru and Time 180. Welcome aboard the SS Otterworldly Traveler. Please enjoy your vacation. Thank you so much for the follow. I'm glad if we got a lot of people to fall asleep in the first couple chapters. But you know what? That I could also do is we have more than just this book. We have quite a few other books. So I think I will be using some of those other books, like the complete works of Sherlock Holmes. That would be nice. Maybe something a little bit spookier. ASMOtter got you immediately interested? Yes, we do ASMR. And I am an otter, so ASMOtter. I'm so glad you were very interested. Yeah, what is it, the Hound? I'm trying to think one of the, what is it, the Hound of the Baskervilles? It's kind of spooky. Maybe we could get some spooky stories, but like comfortable creepy. I know that I would definitely read, what is it, like 10 Little Indians again. I know that it's not technically creepy, but it's a murder mystery, and I really liked it. Maybe we can find some like comfortable books that may be slightly creepy or like murder mystery, so it's a bit more fun to read. You also say that you're pre-debut. Do you have that upcoming? Yes, at some point in time. Currently, I'm just waiting on a few more assets to be done by artists. So, soon, TM. It is, it's something that I'm waiting for. Hopefully in the next month, this month, hopefully by the end of this month, but yeah. You wonder if did Elle survive the book reading? I think Elle probably survived the book reading. Elle doesn't normally fall asleep. Elle is very powerful. Yes, she lives. My sweet little, my apple of my eye. That's why she has a sword. My little Elle. You gotta respect it. Elle is extremely powerful. See, yeah, she's extremely powerful until I compliment her. She's extremely powerful until I compliment her. Or if the underage voice comes out. But then again, most of you don't survive that very well. It's not my fault. You guys, I'm not bad. You just asked me to do it. Yes, okay, the compliment one does work both ways. I didn't realize that we were on a road. Because I also go
purr. Purring hard. There it goes. Here we go. Okay. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Wiggle. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. There's a wiggle dance. Wiggle, 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 yeah. Wiggle, 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 yeah. Cute little Otto. Cute little Otto do wiggle dance. Hello? Cute little Otto do wiggle dance. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Did you like my dance? Did you like it? My skirt goes flip flop. Look at it. Look at my dress. It goes flip flop. Pop, 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 pop. Hello, hello. We are doing ASMR. We got finished reading Through the Looking Glass for Alice in Wonderland. It was very good, even though all of it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But I think, what is it? The entire story is based off of like a chess game where like all of them moved. I am a big nerd, but I'm also a cute nerd. I was dubbed a nerd at birth because I like things like tea and reading books and silly things. The book is very confusing, but it is supposed to be like as specific like a chess strategy or whatnot to get the pawn as the queen, and it's based off somebody's game of chess. So that's what I think it's supposed to be about. Welcome aboard Ren Time 180 and Bali Alphabet to the as Otterworldly Traveler. Please enjoy your vacation. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Wow, you enjoy expanding your mind, having active imagination and extensive vocabulary? What a loser. Look, I am basically just an 80-year-old grandma in the body of a 28-year-old otter who's an anime girl on the internet. I like doilies and cute things, and I have lots of stuffed animals, and I like things like tea and going antiquing. I love old shit. Like going into an antique store, I'm a very happy otter. I'm like, I'm gonna buy a teacup. I love teacups. Yeah, I am the oldest otter. They usually only live like a maximum 20 years. I'm 28. bigger than 2 feet. I promise. Look, I am what we like to call short stack. Though I don't have a stack. I am fun size. I am 12 size for your convenience. I mean, technically, if you're small enough for people to pick you up, we're always the perfect size. Look, who doesn't like upsies? That's what I'm saying. Everybody likes upsies. Upsies are great. Welcome aboard, Godly Uchiha 17, the SS Otterworldly Traveler. Please enjoy your vacation. Thank you so much for the follow. I am tiny but mighty. I can lift a 300-pound, 6-foot gay man while I'm wearing heels. I am very strong, and I can in fact boop. I can boop 45 times in 15 seconds. That's 3 boops per second. I don't need to go for your kneecaps. I can just bridal carry you. I bridal carry you when you're larger than me because I like how people react to it. Because they're just sitting there like the entire time like, did that otter just pick up a man and just carry him? And I go, yeah, I did. Yeah, see, Reese also wants upsies. Reese, I will give you upsies. I will carry you. Ooh, don't break your kneecaps. You need those. You need your kneecaps. You need them. They're very important. Yeah, I'm still going. We've got like another 45 minutes of stream. We did finish the book though. So now it's just kind of if you wanna do a redeem. Until then I'm just gonna be surprise you. ASMR trigger. Any trigger. Well. Alright, let's see what we got here. Trying very hard not to drop this. Okay. You're jamming out to some boss Genshin music. Excellent. I would do routines, but you're saving up for the wombo combo. Alright. You're gonna hear something. Oh, there we go. I had to get the mallet out of the frog. Artifact. Time to give you an artifact. Okay, so some of you might be new. I may not know this, but did you know that sea otters, they don't have any blubber. So how they keep themselves warm is that they have the world's densest fur, so dense that it can keep a layer of air in between its first coat and its second coat, and that's how they keep warm. And they keep water out of it by having a bit of oil, and they rub around on their tum-tums and everything to keep them trying to think of the word, hydrophobic. They do not absorb water. Also, thank you so much, Squirrelage, for becoming subscribed. Welcome aboard. Welcome your new groupmate, Squirrelage. I hope you don't get too squirrely. Snowy. That's okay, Crash Chatman. It is meant for the snowy. It is meant for you to fall asleep. Go back to sleep. Snowy. Well, as long as you behave yourself and don't try and steal all of my food, then we're good. Or my gacha berries. Snowy. know, Phoebe.
Dang it. I love how I dropped that and that hurt. Gotta love me dropping things because it's not an ASMR stream if Captain doesn't drop like 6 things for no particular reason. Yuri, thank you so much for becoming part of the crew. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you.
Everybody, welcome Yuri. Yuri Mate. Welcome, welcome.
So speaking of snowy things, I do have something that I can use that kind of sounds like snow. So I think I'll go ahead and use that trigger just as soon as I open it. Why do containers have to be so hard? Why is it always so hard? Here we go. There. I'll go ahead and use this, mostly because they are still kind of very new. Yeah, it sounds interesting. It is interesting, as long as I don't drop everything, like everything else I've been doing. I drop lots of stuff. I am an expert at scuffleboard. That is what I'm saying. I am an expert. It's gonna be okay. 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 Well, it can be a word or a phrase, as long as it's not against TOS. It's gonna be okay. Basically, there's one for physical triggers and there's one for word triggers. It's gonna be okay. We're gonna be okay. I really like this. I love this trigger, actually. I'm a huge fan of it. Cher actually worked with me on making this one. It does kind of sound like walking on snow. It does. I love it. Cher and I worked on this one together. Even though she's not here to the ASMR, she was like, "Hey, you should try this out, especially because you've got those little puff things, and you can make it sound like you're walking on snow." And so we did. Yeah, walking on snow is nice. Driving on snow is not. Swimming in snow is not advised, because that's a good way for you to get hypothermia. So please don't. Captain would like to ask you very lovingly to not swim in snow. Go, enjoy work, it's okay. Next stream's gonna be on Saturday night, my time. So about, 8 p.m. CST to about midnight CST. But bye, Biome. Biome, I hope you have a good day at work. I hope you work well, but not too hard. Yeah, it's okay. CDD is not with daylight savings. CDD is taking into account daylight savings. I don't know if daylight savings is right now accurate. I don't follow it because I don't understand why the fuck we have daylight savings time for, somebody in like 1876 to save money on a fucking candle. Yes, because we need all of these people to save money on candles that we all use so much. I did not know that there was a place called Ata. I know there's a place called, what is it? In Canada. It's called like close enough to Oshawott. I think it's like because every time I say Ottawatta, it sounds like Ottawa, but it's also a place in Canada. Look, the most annoying problem about daylight savings time is that people have to drive. Like when they lose an hour, they have to like go to bed early, and like people have to drive, and I don't want a tired driver because driving is dangerous. That reminds me of a place. Now there's places that have islands in their name but aren't islands. Why is it called a bay if it's not a bay? No, it's really more of an inlet, but you could call it a bay. Okay, let's see. We've got some other things I want to try. Okay, let's see. Oh. Where are you? I am looking for you. I wonder what this will do. Does otter bites? Scribbly-Baggins, we actually finished the story about 20 minutes ago. So we will not be reading any more bedtime stories. We read the entirety of Looking Grass.
SS Otterworldly Traveler. Please enjoy your vacation. Thank you so much for the follow. Baka. 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 Let's see. We have about 30 minutes left. Let's see. What do I want to do? You know what? Some of you are still kind of new here and have never heard Captain do a very specific thing that I like to do just about every ASMR stream. So, welcome aboard Dracuna 13 to the SS Otterworldly Traveler. Please enjoy your vacation. Thank you so much for the follow. Oh, I see there's a jitter. Okay, I'll do the jitter first, and then I will sing a lullaby for you. Viola Sheila, thank you so much for being subscribed. Thank you, and welcome aboard our brand new sailor, Violetta Sheila. I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and actually do the test this really quickly. Let's see. Make sure that I get this right. You guys, you know what? Fine. I'm gonna do the bamboozle after the song. I'm doing the song first. Nobody can stop me. I'm the captain. I make the rules. You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear, how much I love you. Please don't take my sunshine away. The other night, dear, while I lay sleeping, I dreamed I held you in my arms. But when I woke, dear, I was mistaken, and I hung my head and I cried. You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear, how much I love you. Please don't take my sunshine away. Oh, Omega God 128, thank you so much for becoming a good sailor, and thank you, welcome aboard. Also, I will do the you've been bamboozled. You've been bamboozled. You got bamboozled. You got bamboozled. And I will drink that adawada after we're done with this. You got bamboozled. You've been bamboozled. You got bamboozled. You got bamboozled. You've been bamboozled. Got bamboozled. You got bamboozled. You got bamboozled. You done got bamboozled, boy. You've been bamboozled. You've been bamboozled. You've been bamboozled. Bamboozled. You got bamboozled. 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 Got bamboozled. Got bamboozled. Battle Jane, thank you so much for being being subscribed for 2 months. 2 months, thank you. Mm, 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 mm. You got bamboozled. Alright, I'll take that water and a stretch. Also, shh, there's no drain. There's no drain. We did not get a second drain. Shh, this doesn't exist. Please understand. Thank you for the water. Currently, only Discord is available to subscribers at the moment. Okay. Left, right, and down. So, I'm very sorry. Nobody. Well, thank you, Sans. Thank you, Sans, for the 5 pebbles. I appreciate that. Wait, there's a Discord. There is, if you are subscribed or if you got a subscription. Moto, if you have the copy pasta to slap down in there, or to give L for L to slap down in there. What happens to people who sub ran out? Well, currently, nothing has happened. There's only one person who is currently not subbed, and we're gonna see about how that works. But usually there is like a couple of, there's a layover period. There's like a week long layover period. So for people who forgot or their sub just ran out. Thank you, Moto, for typing it out. If you could, just go ahead and put it in the mod stuff on Discord so that you don't have to type it out every time. And then Elle can find it. Also welcome nobody to the ASMOtter Worldly Traveler. Please enjoy your vacation. Thank you so much for the follow. I do appreciate it. There is no hype train. Guys, there's no hype train. It doesn't exist. Go to sleep. Squirrelage. It makes a good choice with it already. You know what? Thank you, Squirrelage, for the 100 pebbles. And welcome aboard, Ceros G, to the SS Honor Worldly Traveler. Please enjoy your vacation. Thank you so much for the follows. Let's see. I've got another one I can do. Let's see. Okay. Another song coming up. Kinda lightly singing. Dancing bears, painted wings, the things I almost remember, and a song someone sings once upon a December. Someone holds me safe and warm, horses fly through a silver storm, people dancing gracefully across my memories, far away, long ago, glowing dim as an ember, things my heart used to know, things it yearns to remember, and a song someone sings once upon a December. Okay, and now I'll do Atawata. Yes, you may touch neck fluff. Neck fluff is for touching. It is for the pets. Atawata. Komodo has many points. Life has many doors, and boy. Another surprise? Another random one. Okay, let's see what we got here. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got?
You know what? It's been a bit of a time since we've used it, so maybe, just maybe.
I have an idea. Okay. 1 second. I'm gonna sound a little lifeless for a moment. I have to get up to get this so that I don't knock everything over. And then possibly, make even more noise. Because I am amazingly good at that. So we are trying very hard not to knock over everything on the ASMR cabinet. Because I will be the big sad if that happens. Okay. Here we go. Okay. No, but you did hear all of my bonitis happen. You just heard my knees crack. We have these little fluffy handcuffs that I wear on my little hands, and give you a bit of an ear massage with them. So that's what we got.
Well, yeah, the second I turn 30, I'm just gonna have bonitis. I wake up every morning and everything cracks. Thank you guys so much for the hype train. I appreciate it.
Blubber. 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 Blubber.
Try to hold this in one hand really hard. Blubber. 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 No, I'm 28. I don't try and hurt myself. I'm just really clumsy. Welcome aboard, Leon. Yes, is on a road traveler. Please enjoy your vacation. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it.
Blub. Blub. Okay, you want me to be your big sister? Okay. You know, hear me. You want me to be your big sister? Alright, alright. Oh, go away, Kuto. Such a cute little sibling I have. Such a cute little sibling I have. You're so adorable. Do you want me to pat your head? Little head pat, little head pat. There you go. You're being so good. Now you'll do everything Big Sister Pearl says, right? Remember, when everybody's away, I'm in charge. And I'm here just to make sure that you won't hurt yourself. Okay? Good boy. Good girl. Good, good boy. Good girl. All of my adorable baby siblings. All of my adorable little siblings who I love so very, very much. Now drift off dreamland, okay? Raz, go back to bed. Good night. I want you to go to sleep. Tomorrow's gonna be a new day, okay? So don't worry about it. There you go. There you go. Good boys. Good girls. And good boys. And good girls. Go to bed. You couldn't resist asking for surprises. We had a lot of different stuff we could do. Like we had brushes, we have ear picks, we have teacups, we have little bits of metal, we have mascara ones, we had lots of stuff. No, go to bed. Go to bed. Go to bed. Go to bed. Bedtime. Silly Billy, it's bedtime. That's what you want, is sleep. That's why you go here, is sleep. It's for sleep. Let's see. I do have one for a purr, so I'll go ahead and do that one.
got bamboozled. You 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 got bamboozled. Got bamboozled. I got it from licking the earwigs because I had touched them with the fluffy muffs. So now I had it like a hair in my mouth. You got bamboozled. You got bamboozled. You got bamboozled.
artifact, artifact. Time to get you an artifact, 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 artifact. I do a cute laugh. I have many different kinds of laughs. Alright, so here's your artifact. Did you know that most otters form a raft society of usually one male with lots of females, but they generally segregate their smaller rafts by gender? So essentially, the mama has the baby pup, has a little otter pup, until it's old enough to go to the coalition of other males. And sometimes you'll see all male rafts as they are young male sea otters trying to go find new territory to create harems. So yeah, otters are harem creatures. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. 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 Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Wiggle. Yes, I'm over here with my reverse harem. Look, I just did what I was taught. Also, welcome Among Us 4561 to the ASMOtter Worldly Traveler. Please enjoy vacation. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you for the stretchy. I will do the stretchy. Okay, stretchy time. Okay, ready? It goes left, right.
Okay, Ashen, that one almost got me. That one almost got a snort. Yes, technology otters started the harem genre. It is the genre of my people.
Well, we've always got the VOD, Grass Chat Man, and Tiny Toons. Everybody who came in late and stuff, or they like think it's late.
Oh my god! Oh my. Okay. I had the microphone so close to my nose, I had to cover my mouth in a little bit of that snort. Because I read that as y'all might then. Hey, have you guys ever seen All Might when he dressed up as a cowboy? No, y'all might have. Look, Ashen knows specifically that I love Shota Aizawa, and will now probably also start making fucking Hisashi Hamada jokes. So those are the ways to my heart. Texas Smash, y'all might. Y'all might have. I fucking love that. I found a shirt that just has a picture of All Might, like with a cowboy hat, and it says y'all might, and I wanted to buy it. I wanted to buy it for two reasons. One, so that I could wear it, but two, also so that I could give Cher the shirt and we could also have it. Look, it's not hard to be taller than me. Do you enjoy terrible puns? Yes, I do. Especially if they're papers. Yes, I just want to match with Cher. She is my sky wife. I love her. She is my best friend. You have a sleepy vision that makes it harder to see. It's okay. It's okay. Go back to sleep, Crash Chat Man. God damn it! I almost snorted again. Look, all I'm saying is, it was y'all might, y'all for one, and y'all for nah. Y'all for nah. Nah, yeah.
that's like such a southern thing to do. It's just like, yeah, no. Yun for y'all. I'm fucking stupid, guys. Look, call eyes was quirk, none for you. Change my mind. He's like the soup guy. He's like, no soup for you, no quirk for you. He's like goddamn clapper. Clap on. It's like clap, clap, quirk on, clap, clap, quirk off. Thank you, Wick. Wick, I love it. Thank you. It's a pleasure to meet you. Okay. Thank you for the stretchy. I'm gonna stretch and place chat over here. God damn it. That one got me. The tentacle got me. Fuck, I hate it. That was like the world's smallest snort. But it still counts. Close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. I hate it. Southern cat goes meow. Now, you wanna know what a southern cat goes? Southern cat goes, you gonna walk by here and not say meowdy then? Meowdy there, partner. That's what southern cats say. Reminds me of the time that I was sending these to one of my friends at 2 a.m. when VC started reading them and laughing, became constant wheezing and suppressed laughter. TDLR, I laugh. Meowdy, partner. Meowdy, partner. And this time we continually banish the other microphone. Past mic, go here. Banish you. Too close. How deep is my range? Like,
so this is basically the top part of my range. This is probably the highest that I can comfortably go.
But if you want me to go even lower, this is about comfortably where I can go. Just kawaii koto. How adorable you look.
And that's about my range. Like, comfortably. I could probably go a little bit higher or a little bit, holy sounding.
Watching me for being adorable tiny little sister too.
Your son calls me mommy too. Don't worry though. My little treasures. I won't let you go. Wingardium Leviosa. Pima. Hello, new to this channel. Hello. Yeah, you're much better deeper than higher.
Hey, I actually like it when I'm higher. Personally, I think it's fun.
It's just that it takes a lot more air for me to go higher. So in a ASMR kind of like 3DO situation, it's a lot harder for me because it takes a lot of air
and I want to control my voice because I have crippling loud bitch disease. Like, honestly, I have, like, if I had a nickname, it'd be fucking Loudonardo da Vinci over here. I am not. I am a shotgun. I ain't subtle. It is a terminal case. Whiplash from Ada Ada to Oni-chan. The power of Southern projecting voice. That's true. PlayStation, we're actually about to, No. We're actually about to wrap up pretty soon. I have to figure out somebody to raid. Probably in the next few minutes. But there is always the VOD PlayStation. There's always the VOD. New plan, we bring ASMR to the move, boys. We don't want to leave a PC. I'm taking my laptop with me. I see.
Auto huggle? You would like an auto hug? I can also do an ear wiggle real quick, and then I will do a hug. Let's see. Wiggle, 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 yeah. 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 Wiggle. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Wiggle. Oi, oi, what did I miss? What? Eh? What's going on?
How about we raid Savvy Senpai? Maybe.
I'll take a look at that in a minute, but first, utter huggle. I promised a hug, so hug is happening. Welcome to the booba. Welcome to my small booba. You are now in booba. Yeah, into my small pancake stack. They're mini pancakes. But you know what? There's all booba, good booba. All voice, good voice. All VTuber Ada, go VTuber. That is official stance. There we go.
The Denny's Woods.
Nah, man, I got IHOP pancakes. I got IHOP mini pancakes. You think I'm from a Denny's? Them's half. Them, you think I'm half off a Grand Slam? Yeah, it's a warm embrace. Yes. Okay, officially it is now time. I'm gonna put chat in my lap. Everybody behave, because I have to do the thing. I have to do the thing where I do the typey type. Because typey type is hard. So, we won't be raiding today. We have a couple of people. Let's see, we raided Savvy not that long ago. So I'm thinking we're gonna raid New Jump because it's been quite a long time since we've raided them. So I feel like that's where we're gonna go.
Oh my god, Ashen, you literally will not stop. You were like the fucking Energizer Bunny, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, New Jump, she has a new model. Yeah, I was gonna raid them because it's been a while. Okay. / raid New Jump. Okay. Okay, I got it. Excellent. So we're gonna go ahead and make a raid message of Brindle Beak and Sleepy after raid. There we go. That's gonna be our raid message. Thank you guys so much for being here. Next stream will be on Saturday. It will be more ASMOtter time. Thank you guys so much for being here, being cozy, and thank you so much for finishing the book with me. We will have a poll for the next book, that we read. And if you don't have any of the emotes, you can unlock them very easily by spending a little bit of points to unlock them for 24 hours. If not, there is also the virtual hug and the other little purple heart emote. And you can always use VB emotes if you are subscribed to Sister VB because I love her. So please use her emotes, they're good. Anyway, I have been your Sea Otter Sea Captain, and I hope to see you again soon. Bye-bye.